Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. It is time to open the third Global Conference for Media Freedom here in Tallinn. We welcome all our participants here in the capital of Estonia who are in this hall with us, and also people who are joining us via internet. Welcome to our conference. My name is Neeme Raud. I'm a journalist in Estonia, Estonian journalist, and I'll be moderating today's event on this stage. The event will run until 6:30 p.m. Estonian time, and you will find schedules on internet, as Estonia prides itself of being one of the most digitalized and therefore paperless countries in the world. So we try to avoid paper in this conference. In broad strokes, we will have first very distinguished keynote speeches, then followed by 3 panels, first on disinformation, second, protection of journalists, and third, linkages between media and internet freedom. Our conference is mostly in English, with few exceptions. Therefore, we invite you to have headphones that you can get at the door. Channel 1 is translation into Estonian and Channel 2 into English. Our event today was preceded by ministerial meeting of the Media Freedom Coalition yesterday. After the closed-door event that took place in this very hall ended, several participants described the discussions as serious, since the global picture on media freedoms is, as Estonian Deputy Foreign Minister described it yesterday, rather gloomy. But without further ado, let's move to today's discussions, and I am honored to invite to the stage to open our conference, President of Estonia, our country, Mr. Alar Karis.
Esteemed guests, free society cannot exist without free media. Free media cannot exist without free society. It is as simple as that. Therefore, it is our duty to protect free society as a foundation of media freedom. Estonians have at least twice in history witnessed the true power of free public debate. First, in the 1930s, when we lost the freedom to speak freely, and this led us to a closed society, which in turn eventually became one factor leading us to losing our independence. Second time was in the late 1980s, during the Singing Revolution, when journalists and historical figures became initiators of public debate, which led us to the restoration of our independence. Free public debate, empowered by media, is a tool that can change the course of history. We must therefore treat it with great respect and caution. Unfortunately, we see this tool effectively used as a weapon against us through massive disinformation campaigns with the aim to destabilize our societies and trust in our democratic institutions. Never before have there been so many opportunities for everyone to create and spread disinformation on such a scale and with such speed as today. New technologies have opened the new and unprecedented avenues for seeking, receiving, and sharing information. As these means are open to everyone, the quality of news has increased to the point where finding quality news has become difficult. Keep the bad news light and keep it simple, keep it stupid is the best advice if you need to attract masses. It shouldn't be like that. As a former scientist, I know the meaning of the scientific method, reasoned argumentation, and the reliance on facts. Journalism is not far from science in its inherent nature. The media must constantly protect its status as a factual institution so that the line between truth and lies does not blur. Therefore, the democracy's our duty is to protect the media as a nervous system of our society, to protect the value that media diversity offers, to ensure the quality of news through educated journalists, to have a competition policy to prevent market failures and to guarantee equal opportunities for the free media outlets. Secondly, in non-democratic states, we need to protect the people, the journalists who through self-sacrificing bravery deliver us the truth. It is convenient and safe to be polite to authority and to stay obedient. This is all the more the reason to admire journalists who, in the face of fear and repression, stand up for the fundamental nature of journalism, that is, to search for truth and present facts. Nobel Prize winners Reza, Maria, and Dmitry Muratov carry such special courage. Mr. Muratov, thank you for being here with us today, and thank you for sharing your views with me yesterday afternoon in my office. We are seeing a highly worrying situation in many places, be it Eritrea, Belarus, Afghanistan, etc. Belarus is the most dangerous country in Europe for journalists today. Critical journalists and bloggers are subjected to threats and violence and arrested in large numbers. Afghanistan had free media just a year ago, and now Taliban authorities have imposed wide-ranging restrictions on media and free speech. Media freedom is fragile. Witnessing these worrying changes, I would like to commend the efforts of the Media Freedom Coalition to make a change. I would like to thank the chairs of the coalition, Canada and UK, for the tireless work in launching the coalition and making it instrumental. I wish all the success to the Netherlands as the new co-chair of the coalition. I would also like to thank the members of the consultative network and the high-level panel of legal experts on media freedom for their work and input for the conference. Last but not least, I would like to thank all journalists and media workers around the world for doing your invaluable job. Clicks don't last, but powerful stories do. Here I conclude and wish you all a successful conference and compelling discussion. One more thing. Stay safe on the slippery streets of Tallinn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Clicks don't last, but the stories do. That's the thought to take away from the speech. When the Media Freedom Coalition was launched in 2019, its aim was defined to advocate for media freedom and safety of journalists and hold to account those who harm journalists for doing their jobs. We have here, as the President said, today a journalist who was awarded Nobel Peace Prize for his work and courage in our field. I'm honored to invite to the stage my colleague from Russia, the editor-in-chief of the newspaper Novaya Gazeta, television presenter, but first and foremost still, I believe, he's a journalist. And since in our profession, despite all titles, we who are journalists will stay in the heart always journalists. Господин Dmitry Muratov, вам слово, пожалуйста.
Good afternoon. I'm going to speak in Russian, so there is interpretation available, isn't it? So, as there has not been any warfare activities around this morning, that's why good morning to you. Thank you, Estonia, for inviting me to this remarkable forum. My friend Artemy Troitsky, columnist of Novaya Gazeta, is also here. He had to leave Moscow. I discussed the topic of my presentation, and I'm going to give you concrete examples, because I know that all mass media spoke about the Elena Milashina, who was fighting against Ramzan Kadyrov, the dictator of Chechnya. It is quite difficult to understand, but I would like you to listen carefully, understand the logics that we are living in our country. In March of 2021, the big regiment of Kadyrov in front of TV cameras demanded from President Putin to stop the activity of Novaya Gazeta. We ask you to stop the activities of Novaya Gazeta because they coerce us to take personal responsibility and stop insults of military personnel. And this is said by the people holding sniper rifles, and this can be called a threat to murder. Such a démarche followed after the investigations by Elena Milashina about extrajudicial executions in Chechnya. We announced the names of the killed, and we found the witness. Staff Sergeant Gezmakhaev announced the names of the executioners, after which we could hear the demand either to close our newspaper, or Milashina or our newspaper are going to be destroyed. In January this year, something extraordinary happened which made even the Kremlin to be surprised. Kadyrov's assistants captured the wife of federal judge Jangalbayev, and she was transported to Grozny city as a hostage, where she, ill with diabetes, barefoot, she was trialed when she was unconscious. Elena Milashina told the story, and Ramzan Kadyrov publicly announced her and Mr. Kalyakin, human rights activist, terrorists, and they wanted Milasheva to be killed. And the closest comrade in arms of Kadyrov, Delimkhanov, who is the deputy of the Russian parliament from the United Russia, he promised to behead not only the family members of Mr. Yangulbayev, but also those who will translate his speeches from the Chechen language into Russian. Was it understood what I wanted to say now? And I cannot understand this. Literally, he said, "We are going to chase you until we behead you or kill you. We really have animosity and blood revenge towards you." And then, after this, editorial office and me decided to evacuate Elena Milashina from Russia, where the armed squads of General Kadyrov, and I wanted to say that he is the general of the police, they follow their laws, the laws of blood revenge. We filed an application to the investigatory committee of Russia, but there was no reaction. Together with such unprecedented pressure, the creeping initiation of censorship continued. Prosecutor General's office demanded to remove references on Alexei Navalny, investigation on corruption of the ruling elite from the websites of Novaya Gazeta, Echo Moskvy, Dozhd, and other media publications. According to the prosecutor's office, this contained extremist slogans. This is genius. When investigating corruption cases, the state sees extremism, but in the threats to behead and kill journalists, there is no extremism seen. I would like to give you one more example. When security forces of Russia don't want to stop to investigate the cases of extremism. So we showed the video of Wagner's fighters where the members of this squad kill the Syrian citizen Mohammed Ismail without any trial or investigation. They use a sledgehammer to break his arms, legs, and head, and then, while being alive, he is beheaded. And we identified the names of the executioners. These are the mercenaries from the Russian Federation, and we sent information to the prosecutor's office, and we got the answer. And it is not going to be a joke in a moment. We got the following answer from the investigator. The fact of death of Mr. Ismail is not identified and cannot be proved with documents. We asked the investigator to answer the following question: is it possible for a beheaded person to continue living? There was no answer, because, unfortunately, the crimes which were committed by the state or in the name of the state are not investigated in our country. Then, during the meeting, am I taking too much time? I have 30 more seconds. Okay. So the President Putin said that the ill person who is 67-year-old rector, Sergei Zuev, who had 3 operations on his heart, this person could not be imprisoned. He had to have home arrest instead. And Putin said about that directly, but security forces did not let him out of prison, and he is still imprisoned in this very helpless state. At home, his 13-year-old son, Gleb, who is an autist, cannot understand why his father is not around, and he is walking around his house and looking for the rector Zuev. I want you to remember this. This is what I wanted to say. And the last sentence. Unfortunately, armed people started control the policy of Russia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muratov. These are chilling examples of journalistic work on the front line, and unfortunately this all happens not very far from where we are now in Estonia. Russia is our neighbor right here, and that is the proof why Mr. Muratov was awarded last year the Nobel Peace Prize for this effort. So maybe once more a good applause for his and his colleagues' efforts. Thank you. Our next speaker joins us virtually. Ms. Vera Jourova is European Commission Vice President for Values and Transparency. Ms. Jourova is native of Czech Republic.
Honorable President Alar Karis, Господин Dmitry Muratov, distinguished guests, it's an honor to speak today in this conference, which is particularly timely. I would like to thank the Estonian authorities for the invitation. And as you will hear, my words will strongly resonate with the powerful speech we have just heard from the President Karis. And also, I want to say that I very much admire and appreciate what Dmitry Muratov is doing and what he said, how he shared his authentic views. Indeed, some journalists pay a high price for doing their job. And you are part, Mr. Muratov, of the journalists, along with Mrs. Maria Reza, who won the Nobel Prize with you and whom I had the pleasure to meet on several occasions. Without journalists like you, we would not know what is really happening in those countries where authorities want to destroy freedoms at all costs, where authoritarian regimes do not want to be asked questions, where they want to rewrite history. They do not want the world to know the reality on the ground. But thanks to journalists like you, we know. Thank you for that. And I know gratitude is not enough. Action is needed. In this context, democracies have two major duties: protecting journalists, media freedom and pluralism, which are at the core of our values, and fighting disinformation, which aims at dividing us and undermining our democratic model. These duties go hand in hand, and they are both part of my role. Last September, the European Commission presented its first ever recommendations on the safety of journalists. We asked member states to create independent national support services, including helplines, legal advice, psychological support, and shelters for journalists and media professionals facing threats. We call for an increased protection of journalists during demonstrations, greater online safety, and particular support to female journalists. We are also working on measures to protect journalists and civil society rights defenders against abusive litigation, the so-called strategic lawsuits against public participation, or SLAP if you want. Because SLAP is another way to try to put pressure on journalists and silence them. At the same time, we are preparing the European Media Freedom Act. This act will introduce safeguards to protect the independence of the media and media pluralism in the European Union. And we are now consulting widely this proposal, and I would like to invite the participants in this conference to contribute. One important measure, in my view, should be to strengthen the cooperation between European media regulators. Independent regulators play a key role in the protection of media freedom and pluralism. Strengthening European media regulators and their cooperation would also help the EU to deal more effectively and efficiently and consistently with disinformation and foreign propaganda channels. We have seen decisive action by several regulators, including in the Baltic states and in Germany. As announced in the European Democracy Action Plan, the EU is working to impose costs on purveyors of foreign interference and influence operations. We are also working on the new Anti-Disinformation Pact with the digital players such as Facebook and Google, but also with the advertising sector to ensure that it becomes more difficult to amplify propaganda and that we protect our information space. Dear Mr. Muratov, you rightly said in your Nobel lecture that, and I will quote you, aggressive marketing of war affects people and they start thinking that war is acceptable. Governments and their propaganda supporters are fully responsible for the militaristic rhetoric on state-owned television channels. End of quote. Today, Ukraine is the main target of this aggressive marketing of war. Experts reported that Ukraine was in nearly 40% of the disinformation cases that they have been identified since 2015. Ukraine and NATO would be the aggressors, and Russia would be the victim of broken promises, promises that were never given. These are the narratives which are overflooding the EU of these days. This might sound incredible in some part of Europe and of the world. It might well be credible in other parts. Democracies should be united. The only answer to Russia's action is unity of the EU, of NATO. Nothing is off the table in order to protect the integrity of Ukraine. And we stand for our values. Thank you for your attention.
And for Values and Transparency, joining us live via internet. Our next speaker is from the founding country of Media Freedom Coalition, the United Kingdom, Lord Tariq Ahmad of Wimbledon, Minister of State for South and Central Asia, UN and the Commonwealth, Prime Minister's Special Representative on Preventing Sexual Violence in Conflict. I had a chance to ask a question from Lord Ahmad last night at the media stakeout here at the ministerial meeting, and he stressed how important is to be vigilant about media freedoms also in most established democracies like the United Kingdom. Here is Lord Ahmad, who is his today's keynote, please.
Hello everyone, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today. First and foremost, to you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, President Karas, and to our dear friend, Foreign Minister Lemets, a huge thank you. Thank you for being such incredible hosts on what has been an intense period of engagement, discussion amongst friends, but importantly, coming together on the important priority that is media freedom and the protection of journalists across the globe. Ed Bradley, the Emmy award-winning broadcaster, once summed up the vital role of journalists around the world, and I quote, said, "They shine a light in a dark corner, and they make life better for people living there in the dark," he said. They bring hope. How right he was. Thriving, independent news outlets are the very cornerstones. They're the lifeblood, they're the beating heart of democracy. Yet, when democracy is under attack around the world, journalists suffer too. Those journalists who shine their lights into those dark corners that Ed Bradley talked about are tragically, as we've heard already during the course of the last 2 days, paying a very heavy price. Sometimes that price is their life. They are being intimidated. They are being arrested. They are being falsely imprisoned. And yes, as I've said, they pay the ultimate price of their life. 55 journalists and media professionals were killed last year alone, and that's according to official United Nations figures. And at a time when the world needs more independent, factual information more than ever, as we've just heard from the European Commission, we must ensure that those on the front line, and they really are, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on the front line of defending our freedoms, are fully supported and recognized. Journalists such as Maria Ressa, and from a journalist we've just heard from, the incredible and courageous Dmitry Muratov, who is with us today. They have been fighting the incredible fight with immense courage, conviction in both the Philippines and Russia. And as we've just heard from Dmitry, that fight goes on. May I take this moment and just not a round of applause. Those who know Maria, and I'm grateful to those here, such as my friend Baroness Kennedy, who first introduced me to Maria Ressa. Maria and Dmitry, you inspire us. Yes, we may make speeches, we may make promises, but we also make programs and policies which we hope allow you to do your job of reporting the truth. You remind us, as you've done today, Dimitri, from your own recount, of the many risks that journalists face. Sometimes it's not just now and again, it's on a daily basis. Why in pursuit of the truth? You remind us that the truth matters. The truth is always worth pursuing. Dimitri, you are here with us today, and to Maria in the Philippines, I say two simple words with great humility on behalf of all of us. Thank you. I'm glad that your bravery and commitment have been recognized on the world stage. And I'm sure I speak for everyone in this room. We were delighted that you were able to travel to Oslo to receive your prizes. And we watched as you took those prizes, but reiterated your commitment, your perseverance, your leadership on this important agenda. And Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, recognition is very important. It sends a crystal clear message to those who seek to suppress reporters and news outlets that your actions will have consequences. And it is that reason that the United Kingdom, together with our dear friends and partners Canada, established the Media Freedom Award. Much thinking went into this award. It recognizes the journalists, individuals, and organizations who work tirelessly to promote and protect media freedom. And therefore, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to announce that this year's winner is Pham Duan Chang, a courageous, award-winning independent journalist and indeed brave human rights defender from Vietnam. You will hear more about her incredible work from Foreign Minister Jolie in a moment. But let us just reflect. I said, in the case of Dimitri and Maria, they were able to travel. Sadly, Ms. Trang cannot be with us today. Why? Because she is serving a 9-year sentence, imposed only in December. Her crime? For disseminating anti-state propaganda. She was simply reporting the truth. It is, of course, deeply worrying that a journalist has been imprisoned for peacefully expressing her views. But I say this from all of us to you, Ms. Trang. We are all here to recognize and support you, and we stand with you. Your example, like that of Maria and Dimitri and many, many others, hundreds of thousands of journalists around the world who work to report the truth, inspires us. We stand with you. We will defend journalists like you. We will defend you to allow you to carry out your vital work and constant pressure and intimidation from authorities. And I pledge this to every journalist around the world who is currently under challenge, who is currently being intimidated. And specifically, I say to Ms. Trang, you may have been silenced, but today is another demonstration that we collectively will act as your voice. We will continue to be your voice. We will continue to speak up for you. And a final message, I assure you, you are not forgotten. Thank you.
Lord Ahmed, honor having you at our conference. Thank you very much. And next we will go to Canada before we will introduce you Ms. Trang in greater detail for her work. She received the Media Courage, Media Freedom Award. But we go first to Canada. Canada is also a founding member, founding partner of the Media Freedom Coalition. And from Canada joins us Foreign Minister of the country, the Honorable Mélanie Joly.
Media freedom is essential for democracy, and it must be protected. La liberté des médias est essentielle à la démocratie, et elle doit être protégée. Alongside the UK, Canada is proud to recognize those who dedicated their lives to this effort through the Global Awards for Media Freedom. It is an honor to recognize Vietnamese journalist Pham Thi Dong Chang with this award. Ms. Chang's work is world-renowned. She is known for her books on democracy, for articles on civil society and dissidents in Vietnam. She advocates for human rights, the rule of law, and has shone a light on important environmental issues. In 2019, she was awarded a Reporters Without Borders Press Media Freedom Prize. Today, Ms. Chang is in prison, having been sentenced last December to 9 years imprisonment for propaganda against the state. She spent 434 days in detention leading up to the sentencing. We salute Ms. Chang's courage and determination. We will continue to stand up for media freedom and those who defend it around the world. Nous saluons le courage et la détermination de Mme Chang et nous continuerons à défendre la liberté des médias et ceux qui la défendent dans le monde entier.
Honorable Melanie Joly, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada, joining us from Canada via video. And now let's introduce to you the winner of the UK and Canada Media Freedom Award, who is, as we heard, presently in prison for her work of spreading truth.
Tôi tên là Phạm Đoan Trang, sinh năm 1978 ở Hà Nội. Khi ra trường và tốt nghiệp vào năm cuối năm 2000 từ 2001. Đúng điểm đó là thời điểm mà VN Express, tờ báo điện tử đầu tiên của Việt Nam tuyển một người, cho nên tôi thi vào trúng tuyển. Thì cuối cùng tôi trở thành một trong những phóng viên đầu tiên của VN Express. Cái nghề chúng ta gọi là nghề hoạt động, nhà hoạt động dân chủ, nhà hoạt động xã hội hay nhà hoạt động chính trị hay nhà hoạt động dân sự. So với nghề báo thì nó có thể tiếp cận trực tiếp hơn, thẳng hơn. Có nghĩa là mình thấy cái sai và cái bất công thì mình đấu tranh thay đổi nó, chứ mình không phải lòng vòng và chờ đợi câu trả lời từ ai khác nữa. Tôi nghĩ rằng là đó là lý do khiến tôi dần dần trở thành một nhà hoạt động.
Điều mong muốn lớn nhất của tôi là nâng con người lên, để mang lại kiến thức cho người ta, mang lại kiến thức cho họ, cho người đọc, mang lại cho họ hiểu biết, cho họ hiểu được rằng cái tinh thần sống như này mới là sống dân chủ này. Cái này gọi là văn hóa dân chủ, cái này gọi là tinh thần cao thượng, đàng hoàng, trách nhiệm. Tôi muốn thay đổi Việt Nam theo hướng làm sao để cho con người được tôn trọng hơn, con người đối xử với nhau với tình yêu, thương yêu nhau nhiều hơn, thương nhau hơn, yêu nhau hơn, tin tưởng nhau hơn. Nhiều khi chỉ cần như thế thôi đã là dấu hiệu đầu tiên của phát triển.
Ms. Trang from Vietnam, the winner of this year's Media Freedom Award. But we will continue with our video keynotes. The next speaker is Ms. Michelle Bachelet, twice the President of Chile, now the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. And here is her speech for our conference.
Greetings. The topic of this conference is a matter of the highest priority. The freedom to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media, in the words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, is crucial to enabling the exercise of all other human rights. Both real-life and digital media serve as watchdogs. They are also early warning systems for all kinds of dysfunction that can occur in any country. Furthermore, they empower people to make better choices, including in the context of elections. We cannot participate fully in decision-making or in democracy if we are inadequately informed about events. These statements are always true, both during a pandemic. Access to accurate, timely, and trustworthy reporting is also literally life-saving. It enables the public to act promptly in line with health guidelines. Media investigations also benefit the government. Media reports are an essential tool for officials to quickly learn where public health measures are not being adequately applied. We cannot fix fix what we cannot see. So this kind of feedback loop is crucial. Censoring, it implies that the government's image is more important than the people's health. Censorship also diminishes trust in all information coming from the authorities. As all of us who have lived under censorship know, it generates the impression that all the information put out by the government's official newspapers is just propaganda. But despite this crucial value of independent media, in times of crisis, journalists and media workers have, if anything, been targeted for even more intimidation, killings, violence, arbitrary detentions, and prosecutions during the pandemic than they were before. In 2021, the Committee to Protect Journalists confirmed that 27 journalists around the world were killed because of their work, and this was certainly an undercount. UNESCO have found that fewer than 1 in 10 cases leads to a conviction. There is an urgent need for renewed efforts to tackle impunity for crimes against journalists and hold the perpetrators of these crimes accountable, whether they be private individuals or agents of the state. In several countries, emergency powers and exceptional measures have clearly been misused to justify censorship and excessive restriction of the movement of media workers, as well as arbitrary arrests and detentions. In 2021, Reporters Sans Frontières counted 488 journalists who were detained because of their work, an increase of 20% compared to 2020. Reporters have been targeted for online and offline harassment, including by political leaders. Women reporters are often the target of particularly vicious harassment and smear campaigns. Journalists covering a demonstration or investigating allegations of corruption have been attacked, including by police and security forces. The United Nations has urged states to strengthen their efforts for the safety of journalists, with emphasis on the gender dimension of attacks. Emphasizing the importance of these issues to national and global development, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development requires states to report on the number of killings, kidnappings, enforced disappearances, arbitrary detentions, and torture of media workers. Alongside your discussion on the protection of journalists, this conference will take a close look at some key issues related to the Internet, including disinformation and Internet freedom. The Human Rights Council has repeatedly affirmed that people's human rights, including rights to freedom of expression and information, are the same online and offline. All of us have human rights in the digital sphere, and those rights must be protected. But increasingly, we see people's digital access being shut down when demonstrations occur. We have consistently deplored blanket internet shutdowns, which contravene international human rights law. I'm also concerned that media workers and others are increasingly targeted for surveillance by government, using powerful spyware such as Pegasus and Candiru. This has contributed to arbitrary detention and torture. I urge governments to impose a moratorium on the sale and transfer of surveillance technology until its compliance with human rights standards can be assured. The digital sphere also accelerated the spread and magnitude of what the UN Secretary General has termed, and I quote him, the dangerous epidemic of misinformation, end of quote, around COVID-19. The antidote to that epidemic of misinformation and disinformation is objective, investigative, and fact-checking by independent reporters in a context of accountability. That epidemic of misinformation and disinformation is objective, investigative, and fact-checking by independent reporters in a context of accountable governance that retains the public's trust. But far too often, my office receives reports of officials using the fake news label to undercut criticism and legitimate reporting. Human rights guidance is particularly important to ensure that so-called fake news laws do not become a tool for silencing critical voices. Free, independent, and pluralistic media and press, including minorities' languages, play a central role in every democratic society. When we defend media freedom, we defend justice, good governance, and human rights. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Michelle Bachelet, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. And we will continue now live from Estonia, Estonia's capital, Tallinn. And I invite to the stage the next speaker, Mr. Björn Berge, Deputy Secretary General of the Council of Europe. Mr. Berge is from Norway, and here are his remarks for our conference on media freedom.
President of the Republic of Estonia, Minister, Nobel Peace Prize laureate, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. This conference is an opportunity not just to pledge our commitment to media freedom, but to consider what that means in 2022. What the specific challenges are and how we can overcome them. Certainly, the circumstances are extraordinary. The unprecedented rise of digital technology and changes in the political environment, including the spread of hate speech, fake news, and disinformation. And of course, the ongoing impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Council of Europe's approach is clear. Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights protects freedom of expression for all Europeans, including media freedom. This is interpreted by the European Court of Human Rights, which has an essential role, and its judgments must be executed without any exception. The big question is, of course, how can we apply the fundamental principles safeguarding freedom of expression? This is a major priority for the Council of Europe, and we try to concentrate on specific areas. Let me today give you some examples. Take disinformation and hate speech. Its rise has been accelerated by digital technology. We are taking a range of initiatives, including developing specific guidelines for all our 47 member states. First of all, on a comprehensive approach to combating hate speech, particularly online, ranging from outlining of specific criminal offenses to educational programs. Secondly, we are developing guidelines on ensuring that digital technologies are used in an open, transparent, and accountable way. Its aims include ensuring that there is greater clarity on the curation and the moderation of content, and that there are means of redress. And thirdly, on media and communications governance, we are looking at the role of online platforms. We also want to introduce guidance to curb the spread of disinformation, with a focus on fact-checking and platform design solutions. Underpinning all of this is the need to ensure a higher degree of media literacy skills so that people themselves can adopt well-informed views. I must say that Estonia's record on this is very strong. Equally, we are committed to protecting the freedoms of those who do the reporting. But in recent times, as we have heard, intimidation, restrictions, and attacks have increased. Last year, alone 6 journalists were killed in Europe. This is completely unacceptable. The platform for safety and protection of journalists that we have created in the Council of Europe enables to follow developments in Europe very closely and gives us the opportunity to respond to threats in a much more systematic way. Last year, ministers of media and information from our 47 member states committed themselves to elaborate a set of initiatives to enhance the safety of journalists in Europe. This is a very important step. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have also seen some very serious developments. We have seen spikes in disinformation, hate speech, and attacks. And there have also been laws and law enforcement practices that have paved the way to excessive measures, including the wholesale blocking of websites, non-judicial takedowns, and broadcast bans. This in the context of strategic lawsuits against public participation, so-called SLAPPs, that were already on the rise. But make no mistake, even during crises such as the pandemic, human rights, fundamental rights do apply and must be respected. In the Council of Europe, we also issued guidance to all European governments, making clear the responsibility to protect the health of their citizens while upholding common European standards. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, our rights are not something only for the good times, the sunny days. But as always, we need now to come together, to work together. And we need to actually understand and acknowledge the problems and challenges we face. That is why this conference today is so important. I can guarantee you that the Council of Europe will play its part in the global efforts required and in close cooperation with our partners. Again, I applaud and I thank the Estonian authorities for organizing this very important conference. And I very much look forward to hearing your proposals, ideas on how we can be even more effective in meeting some of the fundamental and worrying challenges we see today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. We have two more speakers of our keynote opening segment of this conference. And next up is Ms. Audrey Azoulay. She's UNESCO's Director General. Ms. Azoulay has headed UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, since 2017. Before that, she was Minister of Culture of France. Here is her remarks.
Mr. President, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I would first like to thank the Republic of Estonia and the Estonian Institute of Human Rights for organizing this crucial conference. It is all the more important because it is taking place at a pivotal moment for press freedom. I'd like to mention only two key challenges in particular: journalist safety and the viability of media businesses. In 2021, UNESCO recorded 55 journalist killings. 2/3 of these crimes took place in countries not experiencing armed conflict. And impunity remained the rule, since close to 9 out of 10 of these cases remain unsolved. But impunity has also become a problem online, where internet platforms could do much more to protect victims from intimidation. And this is especially true for journalists and for women journalists. According to our data, 7 in 10 of them have experienced online abuse or harassment. The second point I would like to raise is the financial fragility of media companies, because this also threatens their capacity of editorial independence. In just 5 years, newspapers' advertising revenues have plummeted by half. And in the same space of time, just two major platforms have come to attract 50% of online ad revenues. To rise to these challenges, we need responses that are both collective and ambitious. UNESCO is fully committed to this goal. Notably, we are proud to run the Global Media Defense Fund, launched at the first edition of this conference in London in 2019. This fund, created at the initiative of the United Kingdom and of Canada, has already allowed us to support more than 1,700 journalists with actions across the globe, from Somalia to Lebanon or Bosnia and Herzegovina. The fund has provided legal assistance in 850 cases It has supported 110 investigations into crimes against journalists and offered training to dozens of lawyers and media workers. I would like to thank all the 14 countries that have contributed to the fund so far. And I call on the entire international community to strengthen it further so that we can continue shoring up the foundation of democratic debate. This is the ambition of all our action and programs on this field. And this is also the idea expressed so eloquently by Filipino journalist Maria Ressa, winner of the UNESCO Guillermo Cano Prize and, of course, of the Nobel Prize. She was our special guest at our last World Press Freedom Day in Namibia last May. She said, and I quote, "Facts are the cornerstone of all public discourse. If you don't have facts, you can't have truth." This year, as we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the United Nations Plan of Action on the Safety of Journalists, it is up to us collectively to defend the custodians of this truth, journalists. We look forward to taking stock of our progress towards this goal on World Press Freedom Day in Uruguay this coming May. I hope to welcome you there, and I thank you very much.
Ms. Audrey Azoulay from Paris, she's a UNESCO Director General. And now we will go from Tallinn, from here, live to London. Joining us is very experienced journalist, a foreign correspondent, Ms. Lilian Lander, who is now Senior Controller, BBC News International Service and Director of BBC World Service. And I was thinking, I was working 13 years for one big international radio service, Voice of America, but still the hallmark of all international radio services always was somehow BBC. Even we from Washington and New York looked up to BBC. And it is great to welcome Ms. Lander to our discussion, and would like to hear what guarantees this hallmark status of BBC under her leadership. Please.
Hi. Naomi, this is very gracious of you. Thank you, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. I gather I am the last speaker, and I hope that I will still have all your attention, because it's an incredible opportunity to share this platform with all of you. But as Naomi said, I'm talking to you not just as a senior leader in the BBC, Director of the World Service and International Services. I'm talking to you first and foremost as a journalist, as someone whose life and identity has been defined by the importance of fair, open, transparent and impartial journalism. And this journalism matters more than ever. It matters because of the political, legal and economic pressures on independent media, which are growing by the day globally, and we've heard a great deal about this. It matters because of the trust our audiences have in us. They trust us to be accountable. They trust us to be accurate. They trust us to be impartial, to speak truth to power, and importantly, to be fearless. Bear with me if I talk to you from a perspective of our journalists on the ground. We in the BBC deliver news and news content in 42 languages, including English, to a weekly global audience of 456 million. That's a tiny bit short of 500 million. We have journalists and bureaus in 58 countries and 74 cities. Now, our mission may be clear: to provide trusted, impartial news and information to global audiences, but it is not simple and it is not straightforward. Over and above the pandemic, which has disrupted our work in so many ways and exacerbated the online misinformation trends, creating what the World Health Organization has called an infodemic, we have witnessed regular interference with our global operations and journalism in the last few years, often and simply as a direct result of our reporters doing their job. Of course, reporting from conflict zones has always carried physical risks, but we now face a different challenge altogether. Today, I am announcing that the BBC has filed an urgent complaint against Iran with the United Nations over ongoing harassment and sanctions against BBC News Persian journalists and their families in Iran. There have been death threats, online harassment, family members brought in for questioning and told that their relatives should stop working for the BBC, gendered attacks on women journalists, an asset freeze. All of this must stop. Our journalists have to be able to carry out their jobs without fear of threats, of intimidation towards them and their family. Later today, the head of BBC Persian, Rosita Lotfi, will join a panel to talk about our colleagues. But I will say just this, that the pattern of harassment intensifies when our journalists report on significant events in the country. Most recently, our coverage of Iran's handling of the COVID pandemic. And it is not just Iran. The list of countries where it's harder to operate as a journalist has expanded hugely. In recent months, we've watched events in Afghanistan unfold. It's always been difficult to be a journalist in Afghanistan, and tragically, we all have lost colleagues in that country over the years. But the return of the Taliban has brought with it new challenges, including restrictions on media freedom, freedom of movement, and especially women's freedom of movement. In Russia, we've heard from Dmitry Muratov. Russia, we consider it now as a hostile environment for our journalists. Many independent news organizations have closed down, and 90 individual media outlets and journalists have been designated foreign agents, including our own journalist, Andrei Zakharov. Our correspondent, Sarah Rainsford, has also been expelled from the country. The situation is not much better in Hong Kong and China. The BBC World News TV channel has been banned in China following our reporting on coronavirus and the Uyghurs. BBC World Service in English and in Cantonese has been removed from the airways in Hong Kong, and our China correspondent, who exposed the Uyghurs' re-education camps, including sexual violence against Uyghur women, has had to move to Taiwan following pressures and threats from the Chinese authorities. I can talk to you about Myanmar, where following the coup, the authorities have been making it incredibly difficult for journalists and international media to operate inside the country. They've shut down the internet and they've taken off the licenses of media companies. In Ethiopia, the list goes on and on, I'm afraid, people. In Ethiopia, the government has issued a decree effectively banning all war-related coverage. They've also accused the BBC, CNN, AFP and Reuters of disseminating false news and analysis in order to allegedly assist rebels from the Tigray People's Liberation Front. Of course, we stand by our journalism and by our coverage of the situation in Ethiopia and in Tigray. That's a very quick roundup. I know I've missed quite a few countries, but I do want to give me 2 minutes extra to talk about online abuse and tackling misinformation. This pressure, these arrests, these detentions, these campaigns of harassment and intimidation against journalists are not, unfortunately, not exclusive to restrictive regimes and war zones. Many journalists here in our countries face incredible pressure and abuse online, and these attacks are often aimed at women and journalists of color. They include racial slurs, threats of sexual violence, indecent images, with one purpose, which is to push them out of the debate and belittle their journalism. There is no justification whatsoever for any journalist to be treated in this way. So this is what we have done. We have set up a working group to look at journalist safety online. We have invested in content to counter disinformation. We have specialist teams in London, in Lagos, in Delhi, who do fact-checking, verifying, unpicking, who is spreading what rumors for what purpose and what impact. That's what they focus on. And importantly, we have founded the Trusted News Initiative, which is a partnership with other content publishers, global tech organizations and platforms to tackle the problem of disinformation and promote trusted sources of news. Our journalism needs everyone's support. It is only by working together that we can ensure effectively the safety of our journalists, which is fundamental to any democracy. We have to be able to work unhindered and free from threats and free from abuse. Thank you all, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to share this with you.
Thank you, Ms. Lander from London, Senior Controller, BBC News International Service and Director of World Service there. Rather gloomy, again this word gloomy comes up, is the picture in the world regarding journalists and press freedoms. But this concludes now the first part of our conference, the keynote part. We will continue shortly with the panel discussions, and the first being on disinformation. As we gather our panelists here on the stage, it's great not to be alone here now, and we'll start our discussion. But let's first watch a short video presentation. We asked young people, school children around the world to send their messages on media freedom, their ideas, what is media freedom, why it's so important. And we will present those short video clips throughout the day. Here's the first part of those clips.
My name is Nancy Rosen, a second-year student at William & Mary Law School. Media Freedom's challenge is ensuring that countries are held accountable for protecting journalistic freedom. Defending the protection of journalists at home and abroad, particularly in this contentious period, appears to be an uphill battle, as governments are putting pressure on the media to bias their reporting, to only report on one side of the story and one set of facts. However, when citizens have the knowledge and capability to hold their government accountable through journalist reports, the international community has the necessary resources and support to prevent future threats to media freedom and infringements on other freedoms and human rights.
Hi, my name is Liedewij van der Staaij and I'm a student at Columbia Law School. I'm from the Netherlands, and media freedom means to me having a functioning society. Oppression of the media has far-reaching consequences, and democracy, human rights and the rule of law are all dependent on the well-being of journalists. So therefore, I believe that guaranteeing media freedom is absolutely essential for society. Thank you.
Media freedom means trusting your technology. The technological revolution of the past few decades has rapidly democratized our media landscape, amplifying the voices of brave journalists across the world fighting authoritarianism. However, targeted surveillance by authoritarian regimes and the proliferation of spyware threaten to silence the voices of these journalists, reversing the progress made during this new media age.
Media freedom means empowerment. Such freedom allows stories to be told and heard, amplifies our voices, and allows us to find similar experiences and develop empathy that eventually creates a self-help and support system in civil society. Media freedom is also the cornerstone of building a thriving and progressive civilization. It facilitates a truth-finding process, and give us information that inspires new ideas and solutions.
And now we will move to our first panel discussion, and I'm stepping out from my moderator's role to host this discussion for next hour here on stage, who is a very distinguished panel. And the topic is disinformation, how to fight the spread, the massive spread of disinformation that we see in the world. And first of all, let me introduce the panelists. On my left is Foreign Minister of Estonia, Ms. Eva-Maria Liimets. Hello. Kanbar Hossein Bor is senior British diplomat and international lawyer, currently serving as Deputy Director of Democratic Governance and Media Freedom Coordinator for the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. Hello.
Hello.
Via internet, we are joined by Ms. Irene Khan. She is a Bangladeshi lawyer and former journalist who is now the United Nations Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression and Opinion. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
And here on the stage, Baroness Helena Kennedy is International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute's director and member of the high-level panel of legal experts on media freedom, and she's also a barrister at Tohti Street Chambers. Hello.
Hello.
Olaf Steenfat is director of Journalism Trust Initiative, Reporters Without Borders. Hello.
Good to be here.
And Barbara Trinoffi is the Executive Director of International Press Institute. Hello.
Hello.
First of all, we do a round of statements, opening statements for this panel. And let's start, Ms. Liimets, with you, the view from Estonia on disinformation, the topic of this panel.
Thank you very much, and I'm very glad that we have this conversation here in Estonia as a part of the Media Freedom Conference, and this is absolutely very topical agenda item because it really influences the freedom of media and also freedom of expression. Freedom of expression and media freedom are cornerstones of the functioning democratic society, and they have been also fundamental principles based on our societies built upon. Estonia has always been also a strong advocate for free and independent media and freedom of expression online and offline. New technologies and access to internet are contemporary means for exercising the freedom of expression and freedom of media. But at the same time, we cannot ignore the fact that there are a number of actors who are using these new opportunities also with the aim of spreading disinformation. This digitalization has made the dissemination of information, including disinformation, faster. And as it was also emphasized that by President Karis, it is becoming a problem. Disinformation can today easily cross state borders. Social media and internet have made it possible for everyone to make their views publicly available without following the journalistic principles or adhering to the facts, making available different sides of the story or sticking to the ethical principles of journalism. When we speak about disinformation, then let me draw two examples here. One of them I would like to recall from 2009, when there was a news in French media that in Estonia there is a rural region which has announced its independence. And of course, for diplomatic service, it was a question because we had to explain what's going on in Estonia. But it was a single news, so it didn't have great impact neither to French public opinion or even less globally. At the same time, today morning, I assume that quite many of us received the EU's weekly review about the trends in disinformation. And there we see that one of the increasing trends is disinformation in Russia related to the Ukrainian crisis. And what we see, there is information spreading around that Western countries, NATO, would like to attack Russia and are behind this current crisis around the Ukrainian borders. And as there is massive flow of disinformation, of course, it has also influenced the public opinion. There was also information of the polls of Levadia poll station, which shows that only 4% of Russians believe that this is disinformation. And of course, this is a big problem for us. To conclude, as I understand we have just few moments to make these introductory remarks, I just want to say that what we can do about it. From our perspective, of course, we believe in media literacy, so that we have to continue to teach people that it's very important to see the source of the information and rely on facts, control the facts. And of course, at the same time, the freedom of speech and freedom of media continues to be important, which means that countries should not restrict journalistic content, and we in Estonia have not done it and will not do it. We also believe that while countering disinformation, we need to ensure a free, open, reliable, and secure internet. And also all the legal changes that we do in our legislation must be based on human rights law. And another important aspect is, of course, also to continue to exchange the practices and experiences how to counter the disinformation. And I think that this place here is also appropriate for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liimets, Foreign Minister of Estonia. But before we continue here on stage, let's go via video briefly to Canada. There is a statement from Canada we would like to listen.
Thank you for convening this important discussion on disinformation and freedom of expression. Merci d'avoir organisé cette importante discussion sur la désinformation et la liberté d'expression. Democracies need diverse and reliable sources of news and information. They need it so that citizens can hold a shared set of facts. These facts enable us to develop informed opinions. They allowed us to hold governments and individuals accountable and to constructively engage in public debate. Disinformation, on the other hand, weakens democracy. It erodes public trust, undermines decision-making, and instills fear. It is toxic to democracy and to freedom of expression. The current crisis in Ukraine shows us the very dangers of disinformation. We know that Russia has long manipulated information to achieve its goals. With respect to the crisis in Ukraine, Russia is using disinformation to justify their illegal occupation of Crimea and current military posture, erode Ukraine's stability and unity, and undermine international efforts to resolve the conflict by characterizing NATO and Ukraine as aggressors and a threat to Russian security. Russia's disinformation is both overt and covert. We hear it from state officials and state media. It is also spread through proxies, fake social media accounts, and other sources. Russia is pushing false narratives to undermine the Ukrainian government, and it is trying to paint Ukraine as the aggressor in the current crisis. Let me be clear. Ukraine is the victim, and Russia is the aggressor. Soyons clairs, l'Ukraine est la victime, et la Russie est l'agresseur. These are the facts. Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014 and is fueling the conflict in Donbass. Russia continues to illegally occupy Crimea, and Russia has amassed military equipment and more than 100,000 troops in and around Ukraine. Canada will continue to work with international partners, including through the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism, to monitor and respond to Russia's false narratives. We call on Russia to de-escalate, to cease its disinformation, propaganda, and malign social media activities. Canada will continue to stand up for democracy and respect for human rights, including freedom of expression. Le Canada continuera à défendre la démocratie et le respect des droits de la personne, y compris la liberté d'expression. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Triumphi, you are the executive director of International Press Institute. How high up in your agenda is the disinformation issue?
Sure. So, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. And definitely, IPI was born 7 decades ago as an organization, as a network of editors and journalists aimed at promoting press freedom on one hand and quality information, high standards of journalism on the other hand. Now, the way we see disinformation is as part of, like, the way we tackle disinformation is part of our work on the promotion of press freedom. So we believe that you cannot separate disinformation from the overall broad work on the promotion of media freedom. On one hand, because because there are clear links between disinformation and attacks against journalists. Disinformation is linked to online attacks against journalists, is part of the same problem, is part of an effort to discredit fact-based journalism, but also because by eroding trust and presenting journalists, credible journalists, as the enemies, it legitimizes attacks, physical attacks, imprisonment, all of that. So, and we also see disinformation being used very much in countries. First of all, let me premise to that. Disinformation is the outcome of coordinated campaigns, is not an isolated phenomenon that somebody out there is disseminating something that is not correct. So that's how. So we see it very much used in countries that do not respect media freedom in general, and they themselves, whether governments themselves or elements of the political environment that are against media freedom, use disinformation precisely as a mean to challenge journalism. So in that sense, it is part, of course, it's part of IPI's work. And as many have said before, how do you counter it? And we can continue the conversation on this, but how do you counter it? First of all, by promoting, of course, quality journalism, not only because journalism gives you quality information, fact-based information, but also because, and this is something that I also wanted to add, disinformation affects, in particular, marginalized communities. And we see it in the context of attacks against journalists, online attacks against journalists. We see it, but also in the context of other forms of disinformation. Marginalized communities are affected more than other parts of societies. And the news media has the possibility to reach these marginalized communities if they, on one hand, are allowed to by an environment that promotes their freedom to do so, and secondly, also if they receive some support to do so, because, of course, is in some cases is part of an ongoing effort by news organizations to create not only audiences, but communities of trust, communities of readers and listeners, and basically ensure that those communities, including marginalized communities, are part of the news-making process. Let me leave it there for now.
Yes, thank you very much. We will continue the discussion, but Ms. Hossein Bor, you are the Deputy Director of Media Freedom at the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office at UK. So, disinformation in your agenda?
Well, firstly, thank you very much for hosting this session. And I want to extend thanks again to Estonia for organising this whole conference, a fantastic conference so far. And also, it's great pleasure to be part of this important and timely conversation. As we've heard already, clearly fake news and false narratives are threatening democracy and dividing our societies. We've seen tirades against vaccinations. We've heard from the Canadian Foreign Minister how conspiracy theories are being used by states, in particular Russia, to undermine national peace and security. They're clearly eroding public trust, sowing discord and confusion and costing lives. And as Barbara has just mentioned, legitimizing violence against journalists as well. And we know we must stand up against this threat. Yet we must also keep our eyes open to attempts to stifle free speech and suppress fundamental rights. Dozens of governments around the world have used the pandemic to crack down on critics, close media outlets, and enact vague laws that criminalize free speech. And we heard that today through the very brave journalist in Vietnam, Ms. Trang, and what she's doing and the consequences that she has paid for that. So how do we ensure that action to tackle disinformation serves to enhance democracy rather than damage it? In the UK, we are trying to take a multifaceted approach to this complex issue. For example, our counter-disinformation unit, set up in 2020, builds up a comprehensive picture of disinformation and then works with partners to tackle the problem. This can include direct rebuttals on social media, working with platforms to remove harmful content, and promoting public information campaigns through reliable sources. Our online media literacy strategy and action plan, published last summer, tries to equip internet users with the knowledge and skills that they need to stay safe online, such as critical thinking. We are also bringing in a new online safety bill, which strives to make the UK the safest place in the world to be online, whilst defending free expression. This law will force companies to tackle in-scope illegal misinformation and disinformation. The biggest platforms must also address certain categories of material that are legal but harmful. The law also forces companies to protect underage users from harmful content. I should say, like many in this room, the UK is also a proud member of the Freedom Online Coalition, a group of countries deeply committed to human rights and fundamental freedoms. Together, we support and promote media freedom in the digital age. We are also supporting media directly through aid and diplomacy. Political and economic pressures are sadly making it harder for professional, independent, and accurate news outlets to survive. It is vital we help them survive. We cannot allow space for fake news to fill that vacuum. That is why we have provided more than £400 million of official overseas development assistance to support the media in the last 5 years. This includes a major programme with the BBC Media Action and other partners supporting outlets in countries such as Ethiopia, Bangladesh, and Sierra Leone. We are also working with our partners in the Media Freedom Coalition to establish a working group on media development to make such assistance more effective and improve coordination. We've also highlighted this initiative as part of our G7 presidency last year. We will continue to work with our friends and allies on coordinated steps and what actions we can take to address this issue. Together, we can help the voices of freedom, truth, and democracy cut through the noise and lies that misinformation and disinformation can sow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll have a chance to discuss it in a second, but let's go via internet now to Ms. Irene Khan, who is a Bangladeshi lawyer and former journalist herself, now United Nations Special Rapporteur for freedom of expression and opinion. We heard this word gloomy describing the global situation regarding misinformation, disinformation. What is your view? You've been looking at this from the global perspective.
Well, you know, my first report to the UN Human Rights Council last year, after I took up this mandate, was on disinformation. And it may seem a little strange that the champion of freedom of expression should be looking at disinformation. And that is because freedom of expression is the first victim of disinformation, but it is also the solution to disinformation. And the picture that I see globally is a very gloomy one, both on the one hand, the tide of disinformation that is being used by states and non-state actors to undermine democracy, development, and human rights. But on the other hand, the measures that governments are taking are actually probably the medicine is worse than the disease in some ways, in that they are shutting down free speech. And this is not a question of balance. It is a question of understanding that it is through respect of freedom of expression, through respect of press freedom, that we tackle disinformation. For me, that is the big challenge. You don't restore public trust in the integrity of information and institutions by shutting down access to information or shutting up journalists. So I'm not going to describe the global situation, which has been very eloquently described by the BBC speaker and by other representatives today. What I want to focus on is what can we do, what should be done. First and foremost, I would say governments must stop sponsoring and spreading false information themselves. They must increase their own transparency. And they should not use vague, poorly drafted laws fake news laws that are often a cover-up for censorship of media, of political opponents or activists. That has to stop. Governments should only restrict speech online or offline in line with international standards, scrupulously in line with international standards. And they must also respect and nurture the freedom, independence, and pluralism of media and ensure the safety of journalists. We hear a lot of rhetoric, but on the ground, impunity prevails. And unfortunately, we also see around the world, including in EU member states, increasingly worrying signs of media capture. Regulatory bodies are coming under political pressure. Public service media are being squeezed. Media ownership is being concentrated in the hands of a few actors, often aligned with political leaders. And add to that the economic impact of digitalization. And in many areas of the world, we now see what I would call media deserts, with little or no independent local media. Yes, there is need to regulate social media, but it must be done smartly, with full respect to right to information and freedom of opinion and expression. False information as such is not unlawful under international law, and governments should not compel platforms to remove or block content that is lawful under international human rights law. I think we have to be very careful, otherwise we will see new forms of censorship emerging online. What state regulation should focus on is on due diligence of the platforms, enforce transparency of the platforms in line with the UN guiding principles on human rights and business. And of course, increase their accountability, the media platforms' accountability to society and to their users. Now, in terms of social media platforms, there's a lot of interest and discussion about content moderation, but I would encourage, indeed urge governments to look further upstream at the business model of these companies. And I would also urge companies themselves to do that, because their business model, their business is what amplifies disinformation and misinformation, and they need to tackle that. Realistic standards and safeguard in newsrooms, including in terms of gender equality. And finally, that governments and companies must work to ensure that individuals are empowered. Media information and digital literacy empowers people, builds their resilience, that those who are most at risk, and here I'm talking about women, minorities in many parts of the world, and platforms must ensure that users are able to choose and shape their own online experience. We all must remember that individuals are not consumers of information or users of social media, they are rights holders. And it is only when we see freedom of expression and media, the freedom of the media from that perspective, that we will also understand why it is so important to protect journalists' right expression to search, find, and disseminate information and different points of views. And so I think we need to look at it more holistically, not as an issue of multilateralism, but as an issue of multi-stakeholderism, bringing in civil society, bringing in the media itself, and social media platforms and companies and governments together to find this solution to disinformation that affects all of us. But the solution for it actually lies in upholding freedom of expression, in upholding the freedom and independence and pluralism of media and safety of journalists.
Thank you so much. And we continue from the stage here. Baroness Kennedy, you are bringing the legal view to our discussion. We just heard that false information is not illegal under international law.
That's right, and there's nothing new about false information, as you know, as a journalist. And disinformation has been around for a very long time and has been used by politicians and by states for their own purposes. What is different now, I think, is the very fact that technology has provided an amplifier of this and the opportunity for it to operate on a scale never before imagined and crossing borders in a way that never before was imagined. And so there's a tension in that, and Irene has explained it very, very well in that on the one hand, we must protect freedom of expression, freedom of the media, and on the other hand, how do we deal with the misinformation, the disinformation? And I would make a distinction between misinformation and disinformation because, of course, there in that is the issue of intent. People sometimes, of course, exchange information because they've got something wrong, and it isn't because they have a malign intent. But disinformation is intentful. And we really have to be cautious of seeking to deal with this poison in our democratic systems, and at the same time being used in ways that can actually oppress freedom of expression. So I think there's a tension in there, and that's what we have to talk about here on this panel. What do we do about the platforms that Irene was describing? Have a business model which is about gathering information about the users, and that model, which was very much it's sometimes talked about as surveillance capitalism, a way of finding out about the consumer in order to market to them commodities and so on, that we are consumers of commodities, and was a great way of promoting that. But then, of course, it was a very useful tool for those who wanted to use it for political purposes. And we've seen it being used and misused in elections in many different places. And let's be clear, we know that has been going on. And we know that outside actors have been able to influence elections by the use of, and we talk about bots, about the robotic input of amplifiers of particular kinds of information, targeting particular sections of communities. And we've seen the politics of disruption, and that is about dividing up societies and using fears about newcomers in people's midst, people of different religion, people of different racial or ethnic background, hatred of women, misogyny being used as a tool against women as politicians, women who express views, women who are journalists, and the sexual component in all of that. And so I think that we've got to recognize that there have been very malign things taking place on the media platforms, and we have to have a better conversation about how that can be dealt with without in any way undermining freedom of expression, media freedom. And I think Irene is right, is that you deal with it. It's a bit like, the answer to problems in democracy is more democracy. The answer to problems in this field is more freedom of expression. But we have to be fact-checking, doing as our friend who heads up the BBC World Service, really protecting fine journalism and protecting the journalists who are the producers of fine journalism. And unfortunately, many of them are now under attack and being killed. So and being also, and this is one of the things that we're doing a serious amount of work on at the high-level panel, looking at the kind of laws that are used in order to imprison, to chill the effect of journalism by putting people in fear that they'll be prosecuted, and the laws that are used for that purpose. And a lot of our recent work has been providing research, legal analysis of where those laws are being misused in order to silence journalism. And we see it with criminal defamation being used, lèse-majesté, that you've criticized the president, that sort of misuse of law, and how we have to look at those laws and start talking about how they are used to silence journalism that is vital to the protection of human rights. And I just wanted finally to say, Michelle Bachelet said something very important, which is that, and it's been behind the work that the International Bar Association has done supporting the high-level panel of legal experts from around the world, an independent panel, I hope, which governments, I hope, everywhere will make use of because of their expertise. But one of the things that Michelle Bachelet said was that our human rights are meaningless unless you have freedom of the media. Because that's how we know what our governments are doing. That's how we know whether there's corruption. That's how we know what's being done to the Uyghur or to whatever group of people are being persecuted. And it's by having good journalism that we know about our human rights and we know whether our human rights are being undermined or not. And so as a human rights lawyer, I would say that's why we put so much priority on protecting media freedom. But we also have to have better conversations about the ways in which platforms are now being used to create conspiracy theories and so on, which are undermining our democracies.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Tenfad, you are from the organization that we all respect, we all journalists think that your organization defends us, Reporters Without Borders. And you are heading the Journalism Trust Initiative. That means trust in journalism, or what is this initiative about? Are we not trusted?
First of all, let me just convey a big shout out for the organizers and the heavy lift of putting this together, and also the huge amount of hospitality. Much appreciated. If I were to pick a name for the Journalism Trust Initiative today, I would probably not call it trust, because trust is very subjective. So this is probably why we should more talk about trustworthiness, which is something very different. But maybe let me start briefly by picking up the topic of this panel and say that disinformation is definitely part of the perfect storm that's building up against journalism. But it's also worth mentioning that countermeasures against disinformation can also have very negative consequences and actually limit the freedom of expression. And the main countermeasures we see against disinformation are mainly sanctions, chasing the bad, deleting harmful content. And even if they are well-intentioned, they sometimes have unintended consequences, like over-blocking, for example, which reduces the freedom of expression. And then, of course, we also see very obnoxious so-called fake news laws, which are just, more or less disguised attempts to basically crack down on journalism as well. So we see a broad range of sanctioning regimes as a response to disinformation, and we believe this is not enough. If we look into other examples of legislation, and maybe also I think there might be parents in the room and have a bit of experiences from parenting, I think the learning is that sanctions alone never work. You also need incentives really to shape behavior. And this incentive-driven approach, we believe, is missing thus far, and this is what we would like to bring to the table. And of course, if you want to support the good in the information space, you have to define what is the good. And this is, I think, one of the biggest challenges here. And let's be clear, this is also a moment of reckoning for our professional community, for journalists. This is a bit like a deep look into the mirror. And as we all know, a look into the mirror is not always pleasant. This is suddenly, I think, understanding it's not enough anymore just to say, trust me, I'm a journalist. Sometimes we refer to this as the yogurt moment of journalism. Suddenly people look at the packaging and are really interesting to know what the ingredients are and who owns the factory. So this is about transparency, this is about accountability, and this starts in the newsroom. I think we have a lot to expect and to ask for external stakeholders, but also we have to act as a journalistic community ourselves. And this really begins with the definition, what is journalism? What is a journalist? And we are fully aware that this is a very slippery slope. Is it even a good idea to define this? Because we know that access to the profession is always used also as a means of control, and has been used as a means of control in the past. The only problem is that making this call, who is a journalist and who isn't, is already happening now as we speak by all sets of stakeholders. So let me start with the public sector. States make this call any given day. I mean, let me just mention a few examples. In the UK, the online safety bill includes a carve-out stipulation for media, right? So then somebody has to define who is media, who falls under this stipulation. Good luck with that. There is the Local Journalism Sustainability Act on the table in the United States, which, as it stands right now, would defer the task to the Revenue Service to basically define which local media would benefit from tax breaks and which ones wouldn't. There is the news bargaining bill in Australia, where basically eligibility criteria, which media outlets are allowed to negotiate with platforms and which ones are not allowed in, is basically regulated at the moment by the government and then deferred to the regulatory authority. So this call is made every given day already by public actors as well as private sector actors. Advertisers, when we speak about brand safety, make this decision every split second in programmatic advertising, how they allocate ad spend. And of course, the platforms. When I say a sentence here on this panel, zillions of algorithmic decisions are being made on up-ranking and down-ranking content based on trustworthiness. So the question is not so much, is this a good idea or not, but who is making these decisions? And we believe, I think as a journalistic community, that we do not want advertisers or platforms or governments or regulatory authorities to tell us what good or bad journalism is. But this is actually something we as a journalistic community have to define ourselves. We also have to govern these criteria and we have to implement them in order to provide this mechanism of basically incentivization of ethical behavior in our space. And what we've started at Reporters Without Borders to address this topic are two main initiatives. One is the Journalism Trust Initiative. So this is pretty much a bottom-up compliance tool for newsrooms to self-assess, to provide disclosure, optional external audit, and basically produce a trustworthiness indicator which can then inform decision-making both of human beings but also of algorithms to basically provide a competitive advantage and, if you wish, a return on investment on ethics, which, by the way, also where sustainability and ethics more or less and compliance intersect. And the second initiative is the Forum on Information and Democracy, which is the top-down kind of approach to create an enabling environment where we speak to advertisers, to regulators, to governments, and to other stakeholders. And we believe this is also our obligation as civil society to not only blame and shame, but really provide tangible solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. The picture is very clear. The problem is big, but we would like to include in this panel also the voices from the field. And let's go now for a few minutes to Central African Republic via video.
C'est comme Bonaventure, depuis hier, il a fait beaucoup de promesses à la maison. Et à la banque là-bas, il oublie toutes ces promesses. Il va avoir du temps. Tu peux y aller, je peux dire, appeler Gamobandou, tu es en place.
La question de la désinformation et des rumeurs est très importante aujourd'hui en République centrafricaine. Vous savez que le pays a traversé plusieurs crises militaro-politiques qui sont dues en partie à cette question de la désinformation et des rumeurs. Aujourd'hui, les médias doivent être au premier plan dans la lutte contre la propagation de ces messages qui incitent aujourd'hui à la haine, ces messages qui incitent les communautés à se soulever les unes contre les autres. Les médias doivent s'organiser en synergie pour pouvoir lutter contre la propagation de ces rumeurs, de ces fausses nouvelles qui, pour nous, constituent aujourd'hui un vrai problème de société, surtout en République centrafricaine. Premièrement, les médias en République centrafricaine n'ont pas été préparés à faire face à la montée ou encore à la propagation rapide de la désinformation et des rumeurs. Aujourd'hui, le gros problème, c'est la formation, le manque de moyens. Les médias doivent être formés aujourd'hui en fact-checking. Les journalistes doivent suivre des formations sur le debunking, comment débunker une fausse nouvelle et comment rectifier les faits assez rapidement. C'est ce que nous essayons de faire, par exemple, ici à Radio Ndekeluka, où nous avons, dans le cadre du projet Stop Athénée, qui veut dire Stop aux rumeurs, nous avons mis en place une cellule de debunking. Cette cellule, la particularité, c'est qu'elle est composée à la fois des journalistes de Radio Ndekeluka et des journalistes d'autres médias, des blogueurs, des membres de la société civile. Cela nous a permis de débunker plusieurs fausses nouvelles, de pouvoir rectifier les faits en République centrafricaine.
This video from Central African Republic. But let's move to discussion now. Please indicate who wants to answer the question, who wants to talk, so I can give you the word. But here are two recent headlines from the New York Times, paper of record. When I was working in the United States, this was always the mother of all information. We all turned for our topics and themes to write. And the headlines are, first, for Putin, Russian president, disinformation is power. And the second one, democracies do not excel in info operations and disinformation. Seems very simple picture. These are the bad guys who are trying to pollute our information field, and we are the good guys, democracies. Who wants to take?
Well, I mean, I would just like to mention that look what's happening, for example, in the United States. There's the New York Times presenting this picture to us, and it looks sublime. But actually, inside the United States, the whole business of conspiracy theories is actually poisoning their political system. The whole QAnon business, which is that, you know, that somehow pedophiles and elites, pedophiliac organizations supported by others are kind of at the heart of the political system. It's just, it seems mad to those of us on the outside, but it actually is a force within the political system. Let's look at the business of China. I've just recently been involved in calling out in Parliament, in our own British Parliament, the oppression of the Uyghur and defining those human rights abuses. China has sanctioned me. You were talking about the use of sanctions. I'm now on the China sanctions list for disinformation. On the basis that calling out well-documented human rights abuses of the Uyghur people, of the women, of the incarceration of people in retraining camps and whatever, that all of that is being described as disinformation. So we've got to see that in the hands of both inside democracies but also inside authoritarian regimes, disinformation is being used all the time and to powerful effect.
Ms. Khan, the good guys and the bad guys, is it that simple, your global view?
No, not at all. In fact, the biggest problem in dealing with disinformation is that there is no agreed definition of what is disinformation. There is no agreed definition of what is true or false. What I would consider to be false, you might consider to be true. And then, of course, there is this whole area of views and opinions that are neither true nor false.
So
that is why...
I interrupt you. United Nations, when I covered it, this is the same as with terrorism. The United Nations has still not been able to define terrorism. So disinformation, very similar.
They are making some progress on terrorism now. But where disinformation is concerned, I think the best answer, therefore, is to have multiple diverse sources of information and to strengthen those who are going to use that information to be able to distinguish truth from falsehood and to try to build a shared understanding of what are facts in each democratic society. You know, what we haven't talked about is, yes, there is technology, yes, there are bad actors, but technology and bad actors themselves don't actually they're not able to sustain disinformation by themselves. Disinformation is playing on grievances and frustrations of people who feel they're left behind, people who feel they're disenfranchised. The US is a great example of that. So there is something that we have to do in the real world as well, not just with social media companies, but with how our politics are working, how healthy a system do we have, a political system, our social economic system, and of course our information system, and that is media. All that have to come together. Because this is, I think, disinformation is COVID-19 virus in another name, and you can't tackle it with only one action.
Ms. Triumphi.
Sure. I mean, obviously, he's never the good and the bad guys, and it's always very much more complicated. But I think is also we need to accept as a fact that there is something that is fact-based journalism, and there is something that is not. So I think that is the starting point in the conversation here, and that fact-based journalism is exactly the type of antidote to disinformation that we need to support, we from civil society, from the side of governments, from the side of international organizations and all of that. And as I said, there are many ways to support fact-based journalism, in particular by looking at helping, and at the same time, this hits us at the time when journalism is in a deep crisis because of difficulties in identifying working business models and so on. So that is where the support needs to go in the fight against disinformation, in supporting those actors that are actually disseminating fact-based news, and to do this through programs that help news organizations that are credible, trusted, and that have a public function to reach audiences, to reach those audiences that would otherwise be only able to access disinformation. Looking at the United States, you mentioned Trump, but also the big phenomenon, there is evidence that disinformation spreads where there are news deserts in a country where certainly quality information is available, and yet there are news deserts that don't have local news organizations that are credible, and that's where disinformation is the most prominent. So I think that we need to start from the fact that there is something that is journalism and that is fact-based journalism.
Ms. Liemens.
Thank you, and I would bring in a different angle, and first the World Press Freedom Index. And I think that based on this index, we can also assess whether this information from one or another country is really free information, is it disinformation based on facts, etc. Because in these countries which are more up on the ranking, we can be more assured that the journalists are free in choosing their source of information, their facts are true facts, and also they are free to stick to the journalistic principles. So I think that this is very important to also to follow this index there. And I would like to commend our Scandinavian neighbors because they are on top of this list.
Mr. Rosenborg.
Thanks. I just want to pick up your earlier point, really, that this idea that the plurality of views and information we have in democracies is somehow seen as a weakness by authoritarian countries. I think we need to rebut that. And as someone who was grew up and was born in an authoritarian country and luckily came to the UK, I think I know for a fact personally that I don't want to live in an authoritarian country. We know what information looks like in that context. It's basically one source of information only, and everything else is censored. Yes, we have problems and challenges here in democracies in the West, but I think we've heard eloquently today that the solution to that is more information and greater diversity of views. And we have to accept that there will always be people who have different views, but as long as we are able to take a holistic approach through greater literacy, through supporting independent, viable media, we can hopefully facilitate greater information for people to make those choices and remind ourselves that the stark contrast to that is those authoritarian countries where information is basically one source of, from one source, namely the government and nothing else.
Mr. Stenford.
I think what we are witnessing is that bad actors just exploit the weaknesses, and that's, I think, not really a surprise, which means we need more resilience. I think what worries me sometimes a little bit is that when we speak about resilience, all eyes and spots are on media literacy, which basically means putting the responsibility and the resilience on the last node in the value chain, which is the consumer. And that sometimes really feels like when I'm boarding a plane, I do not want to read the CV of the pilot, and I do not want to understand in detail how the engine works to feel safe. I just want to, just use the service. And this is also why we believe in the information space, we need much more safety by design. And this is then looking at legislation at the distribution level and the different actors much more than we do at the moment.
I was interested in Irene's mentioning of the business model that operates in the tech companies. And I'd be interested to hear what others feel about that, because that whole business of using algorithms, which we know are flawed often in themselves because of those who are creating them, but the way in which algorithms are now being used, they created problems for us in the last economic crisis that there was, and we're now seeing it certainly in the field of technology. And I just wonder whether we shouldn't be talking again about the very model on which much of this was based, because we know that if you speak to those who run the big tech companies, they don't let their children have access to iPhones when they're adolescents. They worry about some of this stuff. And so I just wonder why there isn't better age verification, why the model itself is not being examined and reconsidered in order to get us better information, better, more reliable and more transparent information. And I'd like to ask you all, what do you do about anonymity? What do you do about the fact of tracking the sources for some of this disinformation?
Who wants to take it?
Sure. I mean, I can pick up on the issue of the business model. Absolutely. We also feel that the debate now, the regulatory debate is poorly framed because it focuses on removing content, when in fact we need to address the fact that the platforms feed on the dissemination of disinformation. That's a core element of their business model. Disinformation and attacks against online attacks, of course. So, but it's obviously complex to do that. Something else that, I mean, on anonymity, obviously, IPI, we are big supporters of anonymity. I don't think that that's a point where we can compromise for journalists. The anonymity is necessary. It's necessary for anybody who does investigative journalism, for anybody who wants to protect their sources and so on. Absolutely. But also something that I wanted to mention is that we did analysis in Turkey and in other countries, but in particular in Turkey, which showed that also the search engines, for example, they prioritize government-friendly news sources, even if, in the particular Turkey context, the independent news players are those that are actually more skilled in navigating the online spaces. So those that are much better at knowing how to ensure that their content come up better in search. But nevertheless, if you search for certain information and so on, in a big majority of cases, this prioritizes the sources that are close to the government. Why is that? We don't know, because we don't know anything about the algorithms. But there is clearly some type, no, let me phrase it, there may be some type of compromise having been reached there that we don't know about, and that's an issue of great transparency.
Transparency, yeah.
My question has always been, I think from the Trump, just a second, I will get right to you, Ms. Khan. From the Trump era, it seems like who makes the first strike that is believed. There are all those fact-checkings and all those corrections issued, but people read the news, and Donald Trump used this excellently. He just put something out there, and then others started to dispute it, and it's not true and everything. How effective we are correcting those misinformation, those facts that are not true on this world, the information world around us?
Well, directly responding to this question, again, I think this is also a deep look into the mirror, again, for journalism, how Trump was covered domestically and abroad. And it was kind of really this kind of one-trick pony effect, which always worked day by day.
Because he always got airtime. He was president, of course. And even when people listening knew that was not true, it was broadcast.
Exactly. And when we always blame platforms that they are only driven by engagement, I mean, media is driven by ratings and viewership as well. And this obviously played out quite a bit. And on the other point, it sounds a little bit masochist, but I sometimes take really joy in European digital policy. And I can invite anyone who can't sleep at night to really read the Code of Practice on Disinformation, for example, which is currently under review, and where all these levers are actually included, except the only problem is it's non-binding. And currently it's under review, and I think the big question now will be, first of all, commitments by platforms to actually do this, and secondly, and this is the biggest, I think, problem at the moment, to define meaningful KPIs. So how can we actually audit and check whether or not the big tech companies are living up to their commitments? And this is the real challenge. I think this will be coming up pretty soon. I mean, the published revision of the code and the Digital Services Act referencing it. And I think this is a very, very promising example of co-regulation. So you have the outer shell of hard law in the Digital Services Act and the actual technical specs in the Code of Practice.
Let's go now to Ms. Khan.
Well, let me first start by saying that I agree with what just was said about the European legislation and other code of conduct, code of practice on disinformation and other things. There's a lot of useful material there. Of course, the implementation by member states will be absolutely critical to see what actually happens. I want to raise the question about anonymity. I think it is we are talking about transparency of the platforms, algorithmic transparency, but let us be very, very careful about removing end-to-end encryption or anonymity. Journalists are protected. Women journalists are even more protected. We know what surveillance has done. We know everyone. We are all aware of the story of Pegasus and NSO and so on, targeted surveillance. Is that what we want? No. I think it's far more dangerous. It's going to kill. It's going to kill sources. It's going to kill a lot of journalists too, I fear. So I think that is, have very strong views on that. I also think that we are forgetting one important issue, and that is data protection. We talk about algorithms and so on, but data protection and strong data protection, that's where the state has to play. But harmful. Can you imagine if you are going to face a big fine, what you would do if you were a corporate actor? So these are the kinds of areas where we have to be extremely careful, because speech is a very delicate area. Too much and you can chill it, too little and you poison it. So I think that...
Thank you. Ms. Limets, as we heard, the European Union has action plan against disinformation that was created in 2018 and is now under review. Estonia, as a member of the European Union, what is in this plan? How we contribute to this plan?
Thank you. First, I wanted to reflect that we are here a bit shifting from misinformation to disinformation, which sometimes has a very fine line. And I think that disinformation is still much more dangerous we have to deal with, because it's really targeted to the particular groups or targeted to change the opinion of the society, etc. Yes, this DCA Act, which is under the preparation at the European Union at the moment, we expect it to be adopted this year, and I think it's going to be...
What will be different when this is adopted?
What's going to be different? Of course, it is a legal framework for our single market, and as we are, especially Estonia is interested in, for example, more cross-border digital services so that our digital market would function more properly for more benefit for our people. This digital single act also creates the unified framework, a legal framework for this, and so we expect developments in all the member states after this digital single market act is adopted. But yes, what countries can do about all this? I a bit disagree with this media literacy importance, because I believe that as it is a a new problem in our societies. We have to also continue to teach our societies and increase resilience by raising awareness about this problem in our societies. And here in Estonia, of course, we do a lot in these terms. We also have weekly programs, annually weekly programs where we talk about disinformation. We have also online tests. I just checked it's now based on the situation in Estonia, Georgia, and Ukraine. So we try to share our experience and knowledge also with other countries which are struggling with disinformation. And of course, the cooperation between journalists, but also academy and scientists is very important when we talk about raising resilience in our societies to cope with disinformation.
Unfortunately, our time is up. We had a chance to draw attention to those issues. The range of issues is so broad. But before we end, let's go again to the field. Let's go to Mali. A short reportage from there.
Ici au Mali, la désinformation, la circulation des fausses informations, c'est une réalité. On vit dans un pays avec une crise multidimensionnelle, sécuritaire, sanitaire, et dans de tels contextes, la circulation de fausses informations, elle est très fréquente. Aujourd'hui, concernant le coronavirus, concernant l'insécurité dans le pays, on voit sur les réseaux sociaux et même des informations qui sont diffusées par certains médias qui sont fausses. Parce que tout simplement, le rôle des médias qui consiste à vérifier l'information, être indépendant dans le traitement de l'information et être crédible également, ça, ce n'est pas suffisamment pris en compte par l'ensemble des acteurs qui interviennent dans ce domaine. Donc le rôle des médias encore, c'est d'informer tout simplement, ce n'est pas de désinformer, donc prendre en compte tous les aspects qui peuvent relever de cela. Aujourd'hui également, quand on voit un peu les différents canaux par lesquels ces fausses informations-là circulent, je citerai principalement ici WhatsApp, qui est une grande difficulté aujourd'hui parce qu'à travers les autres canaux, on peut savoir par quels moyens combattre cela. Mais WhatsApp, aujourd'hui, difficile de trouver quelqu'un qui peut nous dire en réalité comment est-ce qu'on peut lutter contre la désinformation à travers ce canal-là. Parce qu'on ne maîtrise pas les différents groupes dans lesquels cette fausse information est passée. L'autre aspect aujourd'hui qu'il faut souligner concernant l'information, la lutte contre la désinformation, c'est qu'il faut des médias crédibles qui créent la confiance avec les populations. Et cette confiance, elle se crée en étant au plus près de ces populations-là, en parlant de la réalité de ce qu'ils vivent au quotidien. Et c'est ce que Studio Tamani, qui est un média créé par la Fondation Hirondelle au Mali, fait, en diffusant des informations dans 5 langues, pas seulement en français, mais dans des langues qui sont comprises par les populations, parce que cela évite qu'il y ait une mauvaise interprétation de l'information qui a été diffusée. Également, une 50aine de correspondants qui sont à l'intérieur du pays, qui sont là-bas, qui peuvent donner des informations qui sont au plus près des populations. Et c'est ce que je dis de façon générale au sud du Mali, un témoignage qui nous a beaucoup marqué quand une femme nous dit que ce que j'aime beaucoup ces Studios Tamani, c'est que je ne découvre pas seulement l'actualité, l'information venant de chez moi, mais également l'information qui vient d'autres localités du pays, notamment au nord du Mali.
This is from Mali, and with this African rhythms, we are concluding our panel. Thank you very much, all of you, for participating, coming to Tallinn. And for conference participants, we have a lunchtime now. For those who are watching us online, you have a free time now, having lunch or coffee, maybe going for a little jog where it's warmer than here in Tallinn. And we'll see you back here at 10 minutes past hour, 15:10 Estonian time. And our next panel is very topical, how to protect journalists. So see you very shortly.
Thank you.
I think that media has to be objective. It has to give all the correct information to people, including scientific and proven information. Media cannot be interfered by the state. It cannot be influenced by politics, different ideologies, different companies, businesses, subjective opinions. Media has a lot of power, and it's the voice between the people and the society. Media has to be free and unbiased.
As a child, I used to tell my mom that my purpose was to help people.
But for a long time, I didn't know how to realize that. Now, working as a journalist, I have the power to give people a platform for their voices to be heard. And to me, this is the freedom of media and the key to maintaining the transparency of a democratic society, because it's really important to not keep quiet about the difficulties we face.
I was born and raised in Belarus, where media freedom has always been more of a hypothetical construct than reality. But since summer 2020, what little of it had ever existed has been completely eradicated by the government. To me, media freedom is about being able to access information about what is happening around you and not having to fear a sudden knock on your door. It's about being a journalist and not having to face the choice of doing the job that you're doing in your country or being relatively safe outside of it.
Welcome back to Media Freedom Coalition's third conference taking place in Tallinn, capital of Estonia. And our next panel will be focusing on protection of journalists and conflict situations and media. And to kind of go into the conflict situation, into the mindset that is that journalists have in this situation, we selected a video that we would like you to see. This is one of the most fascinating videos that I have seen in the last 2 years. It's made by Estonian cameraman and the director Ivar Heinma. His specialty is he's one of those correspondents who is specializing on war. And this film is taking us to a place that is surrounded with most uncertainty today in Europe. This is the border of Ukraine and Russia. Actually, there is no uncertainty for those people there. The war is going on already for years. And this is a documentary about women who are standing there guarding the front lines. One of the most fascinating parts of this film is an interview that Ivar was able to do with one of those female soldiers who finds it's very important to put up her makeup before she goes to the front line because she says, I still want to look pretty in my duty. So we will see excerpts from this film. These excerpts are translated into English, but my interview with Ivar, who is presently, again, duty calls, he's at the Beijing Olympic Games now working. My interview is in Estonian, so if you need a translation, it will be translated into English. So here is a 7-minute package about documentary Woman in Frontline, and interview is Estonian cameraman and war reporter Ivar Heinma.
Скрывать нечего, тут действительно стоят российские войска. И мы как-то... Такие у нас соседи русские.
Мы знаем, что перед нами стоят кадровые российские военные, а не украинцы, которые пришли на нашу землю. И мы как бы своего рода пограничники, которые не пускаем зайти им дальше.
Донбасс уничтожен. Донбасс разрушен. Разрушены миллионы жизней.
Tead, ma olen käinud maailmas hästi palju nagu ringi, ja mida lähemale sõda kodule jõuab, seda nagu rohkem ta hinge poeb. Ja 2016, kui me tegime soomlastele, tegime selle lühidoki, tegime sellest naiskomandörist, siis ma nägin, kui palju naisi seal tegelikult rindavad. Ja mind hakkas huvitama see, et ütleme, kui meil juhtuks samasugune olukord nagu Ida-Ukrainas on, et kas meil naised oleks rindel ja kui palju neid on, siis ma otsustasin nagu näidata nende igapäevast elu. Et seal väidetavalt on ligi 6000 naist, kes on seal rindejoonel nagu lahingus. Ja ma arvasin, et see on selline lugu, et nemad on nagu ühtlasi ka Euroopa, ütleme nii, piirivalvurid, mida seal filmis ka mõned väidavad, et me oleme nagu pagranitšniki, piirivalvurid, et meie ei lase vaenlasel edasi tuua. Kogu selle projekti jooksul ma käisin Ukrainas kas 9 või 10 korda. Ja idee algus oli muidugi see, et pääseks teisele poole ka ja leiaks sealt paar naist, kes võitlevad separatistide ridades. aga peale korduvaid üritusi ma viisat nagu sinna Donetskisse enam ei saanud. Ma olen käinud seal sõja alguses 3 korda, siis polnud probleemi, aga nüüd praegu hiljem tekkis probleem, enam ei saanud. Ja siis jäigi ütlema, et Ukraina pool jäi sellesse teemasse sisse. Täitsa nõus sellega, et ukrainlaste kaitsetahe on suurenenud metsikut moodi selle, ütleme, 8 aasta sõja jooksul juba. Et näiteks ma rääkisin ühe ohvitseriga, kes ütles, et sõja alguses, ütleme 2014 suvel, noored Ukraina kutid ei julgenud tulistada vaenlast. Nad kartsid see, et seal on ikkagi inimene vastas ja äkki ma tapan ta ära ja juhtub midagi, aga peale Ilovaiski, mis toimus 2014 augustis, peale seda Ukraina armee, ütleme nii-öelda kogus julgust, nägi, et kui meie neid ei tapa, siis tapetakse meid. Ja ma arvan, et see kaitsetahe on Ukrainas päris suur.
Aga need naised siiski, sinu filmis on just hämmastav see, et nad on küll sõjas, aga nad jäävad siiski ka naisteks.
See on jah, et ütlemegi algus oligi see, et esimesed käigud, kui me sinna läksime, just eriti esimesed päevad, et siis läks selliseks show'ks lahti kaamera ees. Teate, kui välismaa TV-rühm tuleb kohale, paneb kaamera püsti ja siis kõik hakkavad mängima nagu mingit rolli seal. Aga mida päev edasi, siis nad harjusid meiega ära ja lõpuks nad ei pannud üldse tähele. Nii et see oli selles mõttes, ütleme, ajafaktor mängis olulist rolli, et me saime olla nendega koos seal kaevikus. Ma mäletan, üks kord me olime seal eesliinis selle sõjaprintsess Xenaga olime vist 7 päeva järjest, et siis ta lõpuks need ei pööranud kaamerale tähelepanu.
Какая-то сумасшедшая. Кругом стреляет, она красится. Война войной, но красота красотой. Для меня это своего рода ритуал. Мне нравится, когда я красивая, мне нравится краситься. Но я это делаю в любых условиях.
Tegelikult on nii, et kui sa oled sõjapiirkonnas, siis sa oled kellegi poole peal, on ju, et sa ei ole seal 2 rindejoone vahel. Ja eriti see, kui sa oled näiteks ütleme konkreetsel juhul Ukraina armee poole peal, siis niisugust võimalust seal ei saa olla, et ma lähen kaevikust välja ja hakkan venelaste poole minema, vaatama, et kas ma sealt midagi saan. Et siin hoitakse ikkagi silma peal, ütleme nii palju, kui see võimalik on. Aga näiteks selle sama Xena, kui me seal eesliinis olime, me olime peale tema oli veel meid üks sõdur, Xena, Soomeplika ja mina ja siis me olime seal nädal aega ja siis vahepeal öösel käis siuke tulistamine, et Soome tüdruk mõtles, et siit eluga ei pääsegi. Et see kõik võib olla, ütleme, nii väiksest asjast kinni, on ju, et sa oled vales kohas, valel ajal ja ongi, tuleb litakas ära ja oledki kutu.
Ja ikkagi otsustad ja lähed sa uuesti ja uuesti nendesse piirkondadesse, kus on ohtlik, et neid lugusid rääkida.
No ja samas on see põnev ka muidugi, ütleme, sa oled oma silmaga näed seda, mis tegelikult toimub ja ütleme kaameraga saad aidata kaasa sellele, et äkki see kuidagi rahumeelselt laheneb ära.
Война продолжается, жизнь продолжается. И в этой жизни есть не только плохие, но и хорошие моменты. Мы стали еще раз мамой. Это такой маленький наш подарок Божий. Да, на 4-й год войны организм как-то так сказал, что жизнь продолжается, и появилась такая у нас красуня. Трудно, конечно, потому что трудно в мирное время по обыкновенным дорогам ходить. В мирное время не всегда легко, тем более немножко в возрасте выносить. А на войне в 2 раза сложнее, больше ответственности и больше. Чувствуешь это все намного острее.
Aga kas ise ka hirmu tunned vahel? Kas üldse saab küsida niimoodi, kui sa lähed selle kaameraga välja, ilmselt sa oled missioonil ja samas üks täiesti juhuslik kuul võib olla see viimane?
Ma olen kunagi mõelnud, et kui ma seda tööd kartma hakkan või leian koha, kuhu ma sõita ei julge, et siis ma lõpetan selle töö ära, et seda kohta veel siiamaani pole tulnud.
That was Mr. Ivar Heinma, our Estonian war correspondent and reporter. The film is called Women on the Frontline, really a film to watch now when we all talk about war in Ukraine and the possibility that the war might spread. But from here, the next speaker, instead of me, will be Ms. Jody Ginsberg, who is coming to us to Estonia from London. She's CEO of Internews Europe, and prior she was running an organization called Index on Censorship. And the topic of this panel, the panelists are all seated, and Jody will introduce them to you in a second, is protection of journalists and conflict situations and media. Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the invitation to join you today in Estonia, and welcome to everyone joining us here in Tallinn, but also remotely online, wherever you are. As you heard, I am currently the CEO of Internews Europe, a media development organization. I'm president designate of the Committee to Protect Journalists, and I am, first and foremost, a journalist. So while I am here as moderator, I think after several conversations that many of you may have already heard today, I am not feeling in the slightest bit moderate. At least 27 journalists were killed for doing their jobs last year in the world. Nearly 300 were imprisoned. Thousands have been threatened, intimidated, and harassed online and off. When we're in phenomenally privileged spaces like this, and it is a wonderful space here in Tallinn, these statistics can seem distant and theoretical. This isn't theory, this is reality. Those are not numbers, those are people. They're individuals. They are individuals with colleagues, with family, with friends. They are our colleagues, our family, our friends, and many of them are here in this room today. Our panel, as you've heard here today, is to talk about the safety of journalists, and I hope that the film you've heard, the other conversations that you've had today will leave you in no doubt about not only the importance of this issue, but the urgency of this issue and why we all need to take it seriously and why it matters for all of us, not just for journalists. I have a very distinguished panel with me today to discuss those issues. I'm joined by Ahmed Qureshi, Executive Director of the Afghan Journalist Center, Azra Zaya, Undersecretary for Civilian Security, Democracy and Human Rights at the US State Department. We're joined online by Rosita Lotfi, Head of BBC Persian, and also by Nadim Houri, Executive Director of the Arab Reform Initiative and member of the high-level panel of legal experts on media freedom, by Guillaume Canella de Souza Godoy, Chief of Section for Freedom of Expression and the Safety of Journalists at UNESCO, Hanna Lyubakova, Belarusian journalist and non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council, and by Rebecca Vincent, Director of International Campaigns at Reporters Without Borders. Thank you all for joining us today. I want to start with you, Ahmed. There has been a lot of discussion, certainly amongst those people who have joined this conference in recent days, about what's happened in Afghanistan. I'm really honored that you're able to join us today and tell us what the situation has been like for journalists in Afghanistan in the last few months.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. We all know that about the importance of the press in our daily life, from keeping us updated about local news and to make us aware of global condition. I saw in my own life that media in my country, from during the first time the Taliban came to power in 90s, to the most vibrant in the region during the last 2 decades in Afghanistan. Over the past 20 years, a very vibrant and growing media industry have taken root in the country with many independent outlets, including more than 100 TV stations and over 200 radio stations and hundreds print and online media. But unfortunately, after the, as you know, withdrawal of US NATO troops and all the things vanished. And unfortunately, today, Afghanistan media outlets are at the brink of meltdown. Unfortunately, from all these media outlets, according to our statistics, that 50% of the Afghan media outlets have shut down, and over 30% of these media temporarily operating maybe for an hour or two during the day. And over 60 to 70% of the employees, the journalists and media workers, lost their job. These all achievement that we have came at the cost of, based on our statistics, about 127, at least 127 journalists and media workers, including 20 women journalists. You see, we are going to lose, currently, as I said, 50% and over 30 more. You can say about 80% of the media outlets are shut down, or either shut down or temporarily working. The new ruler, if I can say, they would like to silence us. These people that know they are in the power, they were those people who shooting us before, at least part of the groups killing us. Now they're trying their best to silence us. They don't like the independent media. And if you go through the new rules they put in place for the media, you see a lot of restriction. And at the moment, none of the media are allowed to play music. The female journalists at the state media are out, but a few independent media, they have some female journalists. But you see, even recently they announced something new policy, I can say, that if any of the journalists would like to work on any report, first of all, they have to have our proof, our allowance to do, our permission. If they are allowed, they can do. Otherwise, they can't. Every of these media outlets ordered by Istikhbarat or the intelligence agency that you are not allowed to invite experts that they are analyzing or criticizing the behavior of the Taliban.
So just to clarify, the authorities are saying you have to have permission to report.
Yeah.
As a woman, or just everyone has to have their permission to report?
Women are just in few main media outlets, independent media outlets in Kabul, or few province women are there, but not, you see, hundreds of journalists escaped from the country. We see now, with this restriction put in place, you see they are doing their best to silence us. With a media, a TV, a radio without music, without part of the population, half of the population, the female journalists, are not allowed. Or any advertisement that female is there is not allowed to to broadcast.
And that means that the control is
Everything.
increasingly absolute. I want to come back to you in a little while to talk about what the international community might do, but perhaps I might move to you, Undersecretary, for your opening remarks.
Certainly. Thank you, Jody, and thank you, Ahmed, all of our distinguished panelists and guests. And I just want to say how honored I am to join this gathering, galvanizing, I think, our collective action to advance media freedom in a year in which we are kicking off a Summit for Democracy, year of action between governments, between civil society and the private sector. And for our part, we believe independent journalists are fundamental to an informed citizenry, to thriving societies, and they're integral in holding the powerful accountable. Our own Secretary of State started his professional path as a journalist. This is a personal issue to him. So on International Press Freedom Day last year, he talked about his own connection to and understanding of how essential a free press is to democracy itself. We've heard today firsthand accounts from Ahmed, from Nobel laureate Dmitry Muratov, from the coalition's honoree, Ms. Tron, about the gravely difficult and dangerous operating environment for journalists across the world. And in recognition of these wide-ranging threats facing journalists seeking to advance the cause of truth, the United States made media freedom one of the cornerstones of our Summit for Democracy effort. The summit represented last December the largest US-led convening of world leaders in our history. So we're energized and heartened by the global community's solidarity to come together to advance human rights at home and internationally, to fight corruption, to combat authoritarianism. And this is all based on a simple premise that we believe we can have a greater impact tackling these issues working together rather than in a unilateral or solitary fashion. During the summit, the United States was proud to join the Netherlands and Canada in highlighting the importance of media safety and freedom. We convened a joint event along with other summit sessions focused on independent media, but we saw these as the starting point for increased collaboration among governments, civil society, and the private sector on how can we safeguard independent media in democracies, as well as promote this principle in difficult, authoritarian, or non-permissive settings. During the summit, Secretary Blinken underscored how the reporting of Nobel laureates Maria Ressa and Dmitry Muratov, who participated virtually alongside him, plays an indispensable role in informing the public and holding governments to account. But we recognize that talking about these challenges can only go so far. It's only the first step. We need to develop and deliver specific actions to address the problem. So at the summit, many governments, including the United States, set out action steps. For Estonia, the Estonian government demonstrated their support by convening this very gathering so early in the year of action. Micronesia committed to passing its first Freedom of Information Act. New Zealand pledged financial support to the UNESCO Global Media Defense Fund. And I'd like to share with you 5 ways in which the United States is seeking to turn these ideas into action at home and abroad. First, even before the summit, our Department of Justice issued new guidance last year regarding the compulsory legal process of obtaining information from media outlets. The department updated its policy, which provides journalists with greater protection for their sources in recognition that there's a vital national interest in journalists maintaining their sources and the integrity of their information. Second, the Build Back Better Act, passed by our Congress last year, is providing tax credits for local newsrooms to help stabilize their budgets in the face of unprecedented challenges to their business model, and it's sustaining Americans' access to independent journalism. Third, as part of the summit's presidential initiative for democratic renewal, the State Department will fund a journalist protection platform to provide at-risk journalists with digital and physical security training, psychosocial care, legal aid, and other assistance. In addition, USAID is supporting a defamation defense fund for journalists, which is offering liability coverage to investigative reporters and their organizations. The presidential initiative also contains an effort to reduce potential for human rights abuses, including those targeting journalists that are enabled by some dual-use technologies. So we seek to work with like-minded partners to develop a voluntary code of conduct to guide the application of human rights principles to export licensing policy and practice. Fourth, the United States and Denmark announced the launch of a global partnership for action on gender-based online harassment and abuse. And this is in response to the acute problem of online harassment and abuse of female and LGBTQI+ journalists. This work is going to be done in coordination with UN Women and Generation Equality Forum, and we're going to focus on raising awareness, expanding multilateral action, and preventing and responding to online harassment and abuse. And fifth and finally, we're looking at accountability tools such as sanctions and visa restrictions to ensure that accountability is delivered in connection with specific actions against journalists. And we have the policy initiative called the Khashoggi ban, which the United States has used with respect to those connected to the murders of Jamal Khashoggi. So for all of you here today, we hope that you can help support these efforts by supporting our Summit for Democracy Year of Action, joining the democracy cohorts that we plan to bring together to advance media freedom with civil society, with governments and the private sector working together. We welcome your input on how specifically we can develop the initiatives put forward at the summit and hold ourselves to account. And we want to make the best use of existing platforms throughout the United Nations, through our own multilateral efforts, to really turn ideas into action and ensure that the trend lines that we've discussed today are not repeated in the years to come. So thank you, Jody.
Thank you, Undersecretary. And it's really important, I think, for all of us here to hear not only what you're doing to promote press freedom and the security of journalists internationally, but also at home, because that's absolutely key, I think, in order to defend it internationally. And the words action are really key as well. And I'm sure there will be many questions for you specifically about how we can turn talk into action. Rebecca, can I turn to you? Last year was a pretty horrendous year again for journalists. Give us your sense of where we're going and what needs to be done to genuinely turn the tide for journalists and their safety.
Well, last year was indeed a terrible year for the safety of journalists, but frankly, every year is a terrible year for the safety of journalists. In many ways, it is more dangerous to be a journalist now than ever before, and the nature of the threats is involving the online space is creating new opportunities for harassment and abuse online that then far too often are translating into real-life violence as well. And there is impunity for almost every example that we're going to give here today. Globally, more than 1,000 journalists have been killed over the past decade in connection with their work. Last year, I'll say only 46 journalists were killed. I say only because that was the lowest figure for 20 years in terms of Reporters Without Borders data, but that's 46 journalists too many. This year, alarmingly, we're only a little over a month into 2022, and 10 journalists have already been killed, 3 of those in Mexico alone. So I know we're also talking about conflict today, but one really alarming trend that we've tracked for a number of years now at Reporters Without Borders, and the trend is shifting there year by year, is that more journalists are now being killed in countries that are meant to be at peace than countries that are in open conflict. So Mexico is now the longest standing country not at war where we've seen such horrific violence against journalists. We at Reporters Without Borders, we like to think about and talk about solutions, not just reflect on the problems, and we have many problems. I would also maybe like to mention that within those trends, we're seeing more journalists deliberately targeted than ever before too. So we still see some journalists killed in the field, in the line of duty, but last year, 65% of journalists were deliberately targeted. These are very often investigative journalists covering risky topics such as corruption, organized crime, topics that powerful interests want to keep hidden. One thing that we think could help at the international level is a sort of protector of journalists within the UN. So we've been advocating for some years now for a UN special representative for the safety of journalists. This is a bit of a different animal to a special rapporteur. It would be a special representative of the UN Secretary General. So we have taken this request to the Secretary General himself. Our Secretary General, Christophe Deloy, raised it with the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, early in his first term, and he said to us, I will do it, but it will take time. So we went back in December, and he's now just into his second term, and we've challenged him to now make that a concrete reality so that his legacy will be one of acting to protect journalists instead of continued international failure to address this. We have broad state support, especially from the Friends of Safety of Journalists group, and some of those states overlap with the MFC membership. So one thing today, and we put this forward in the pledging session this morning, we're challenging more states now to concretely support this at the time that we know the Secretary General is looking into it, has tasked a member of staff with looking into it. And we'd like to challenge the MFC itself to support it as well. I also want to note, because we have many states present, sometimes it seems like there are many civil society initiatives to address these things, and I hope we'll hear about some more in this panel. We spoke yesterday on one of the panels about some of these solutions side by side. I want to make it clear that in civil society we collaborate. We don't think that there is one quick fix or magical solution to any of this. We don't see our initiatives that we put forward at Reporters Without Borders as being in competition to those from other organizations. And when it comes to safety of journalists, the situation is so grave that we think all of these things need to move forward. They can, many of these initiatives, such as the task force to end impunity, which is also often discussed among MFC member states, these can be mutually reinforcing and collaborative. The issue is that we need to concretely address this issue now. And in case nobody's mentioned the impunity figures within this as well, and in fact, Jody, you're going over to CPJ. I think this is a CPJ statistic, but there is impunity for 9 out of 10 cases of violence against journalists, which is shocking. And I hope in the discussion we can also get a bit more into Afghanistan. I was very moved by this, and particularly the international response, because to me that was a moment of failure for the MFC membership in many states.
And
so
we will absolutely get into Afghanistan and what we can learn and how we can do better and reflect, I think. I think you raised 2 really important points that I'd love us to come back to. One is obviously the question of impunity, which creates an environment in which people literally can get away with things and therefore encourages others to attack and threaten journalists. And the other is this question I think you raised. This is no longer a question of threats to journalists just in conflict zones anymore. And we have to, I think radically differently about where the threats come from and in what environments. Increasingly, journalists in supposed democracies are facing very serious threats on a daily basis, many of them coming online. And I think radically rethinking the kind of tools that we had to protect journalists, perhaps in traditional conflict situations, need to be repurposed because journalists are unsafe, sadly, everywhere. That, I think, segues well into our next speaker, who joins us online, Rosita Lotfi, who is the head of BBC Persian. Rosita is going to talk about an appeal that has been launched today on behalf of the BBC and show a short video about the horrific abuse that her and her colleagues receive. Rosita.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me on this panel. As Jody mentioned, I'm here to speak about the BBC News Persian's case of harassment. We are part of BBC World Service and broadcasting Persian to a global audience of 19 million. Since 2009, when our TV channel launched, my colleagues, who are largely Iranian dual nationals based in London, have faced systematic harassment by the Iranian authorities. The aim is to undermine our ability to work as journalists and force us to stop working at the BBC. In 2017, the Iranian authorities started criminal investigations into our activities and alleged our work constituted a crime against Iran's national security. They also brought an injunction to freeze the assets of 152 named individuals. As Jody mentioned, I've got a short video to show. This video has some of my colleagues' stories.
The campaign of intimidation has been going on for many years, but more recently, because of the troubles in Iran, I have been receiving death threats. Not just me, but my children and my husband. They have threatened that they would cut off our throats. And I've also been reminded that my parents are in Iran and they're within reach.
I have been repeatedly harassed by Iranian cyber army. They made up a story about me to discredit me, like I had been raped and I had a child from that rape. Meanwhile, I couldn't see my mom for 2 years because Iranian authorities seized her passport and banned her from leaving the country.
In the past 10 years, a number of my family members have been arrested, interrogated, and intimidated. They have been told the Iranian agents, they will eventually arrest me and take me back to Iran. And even one of the agents told my sister, they will peel off my skin alive.
Agents of Intelligence Ministry in Tehran called in my elderly dad for questioning. They threatened him and told him they know where I live with my family in London. Our families are hostages.
Today, as announced earlier at this conference by the head of BBC's International Services, Lilian Landor, the BBC has filed an urgent appeal with the UN's Special Procedures of the Human Rights Council. In this submission, we have explained in detail the continuing serious and credible threats to our personal safety and professional reputation. This appeal includes details of threats of violence and, in some cases, threats of death and references to kidnapping and rendition to Iran and intimidation of journalists' families in Iran. We call on the international community to condemn these threats and actions in the strongest terms and to ask the Iranian authorities to stop this campaign against BBC Persian staff and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosita. And when I said I was not feeling moderate, it's videos like that that I hope make you realize how important this issue is. Imagine your family being threatened with death, with arrest, with having their skin peeled from their body for the job that you do. And yet, so little is done to support these individuals and these organizations. And we do need, as the Undersecretary has said, to see more action as well as the warm words that we've heard so far. I'm going to move now to Nadim Houri, who is also joining us remotely, a member of the high-level panel of legal experts on media freedom who have been advising the Media Freedom Coalition on the things that can be done practically from a legal perspective to support the safety of journalists. Nadim.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. So the high-level panel was convened starting in 2019 to provide advice and recommendations. And we have produced so far 4 advisory reports that looked at 4 ways through which to improve mechanisms protecting journalists. One is looking at how targeted sanctions can be used to go after those who attack journalists. The second one is looking at the system of asylum procedures, but also emergency visas that can be given for threatened journalists. And I know this is a big issue in Afghanistan as well. The third looked at strengthening consular support for detained journalists and the responsibilities of states to really speak up. And finally, how can we promote more effective investigations into abuses against journalists? And we just heard about, the horrendous, impunity for attacks on journalists. The statistics have been, talked about. I'm not going to go over them again. So I authored the last report looking at effective investigations, and I want to talk today about 3 key recommendations that we put forward and that we hope we will see member states under the Media Freedom Coalition and other countries that care about free expression take forward. But let me start, with a couple of key facts in addition to the rampant impunity and the fact that the rampant impunity is no longer limited to armed conflict, as we just discussed, is also that the attacks are no longer limited to national borders. We see governments, extremist armed groups as well, and we just saw the example with the colleagues at BBC Persian, that countries are able to attack across the borders. And actually, RSF had found that the most aggressive online harassments of journalists in Scandinavian countries came from China and Iran, or that Baltic reporters are targeted by Russian trolls. So we really, the threat is evolving, and so should the international response. And maybe what is worrying here is when we looked at the last decade, we saw that there were a lot more statements being issued, a lot more statements at the international level, at the regional level, at the national level. And so the issue was getting, it was a higher profile. People understood the problem better because of work by NGOs, by UNESCO, by others documenting these patterns. And yet that statistics about the number of attacks on journalists, statistics about the impunity for attacks on journalists, these numbers were not getting better. And we all know if impunity remains rampant, it emboldens perpetrators. So what can we actually do? The first one is how to break the vicious circle of impunity. The easiest way is to say, well, get investigators on the ground as soon as possible to investigate. So how can you do that? And what the panel recommended is that there should be a standing investigative task force staffed by international experts with different expertise in criminal investigations and prosecutions and securing a crime scene and using online evidence that can be deployed quickly to assist national investigations in cases where countries are willing but unable to investigate, but to also assist regional investigations in areas where such regional mechanisms exist, for example, in South America and other places, or international investigations such as UN special rapporteurs and others. And that sending these international experts has actually proven effective in other contexts when we think about investigations into cases of in counterterrorism, investigations in cross-border organized crime. So why can we not have the same for investigations into attacks on journalists? Ideally, such a task force would obviously sit in the UN, but we cannot wait until there's a new UN investigative body. So we're really hoping that we can see a sort of coalition of the committed emerge from the Media Freedom Coalition to set up such a task force. Secondly, and very briefly, I mean, we've really seen the excellent work many NGOs have been doing recently to gather evidence, to bring this evidence forward to courts and to prosecutors against perpetrators of attacks against journalists with open source investigations, but also kind of on-the-ground investigations. These efforts really open new possibilities in furthering accountability, but they also raise a number of questions and risks, from untrained collection of evidence to protection of witnesses. So there's a real international need today to disseminate best practices for collecting and sharing evidence between NGOs and judicial institutions and the UN to ensure that these efforts lead to more effective prosecutions. And finally, and I'll conclude with that, the need to increase the political cost for perpetrators of attacks. To this day, there is still almost no political cost at the international level for perpetrators of attacks, including, the worst violators that year after year appear as the countries where there's the most attacks on journalists and so forth. So, and we know what can be done, and here again, I think the UN needs to increase its efforts to tackle these worst violators. There's a clear precedent in how the UN Secretary General has taken a leadership role in tackling attacks against children in armed conflict, where every year the Secretary General submits to the Security Council a list of countries and armed groups of the worst perpetrators. Why can't we imagine something similar for the worst perpetrators of attacks against journalists, especially since we know that these lists are ready through the efforts of NGOs like RSF, CPJ, and others, through the efforts of UNESCO and others. We know the worst perpetrators. We see them year after year. The Secretary General should report these perpetrators to the Security Council, to the General Assembly, and insist that it shouldn't just be about reporting, but that being on that list of worst offenders should be accompanied by a list of actions that need to be taken. Their countries show that they are tackling attacks against journalists. Just finally, just to say, we really see that there are attacks that are new in scale and in nature. And finally, any successful effort that really needs to go beyond the rhetorical exercise we've seen over the last few years would require increased collaboration and innovation between individual member states, between the UN, between civil society. It really cannot be business as usual anymore.
Thank you so much for that intervention. And I do want to come back and talk about international collaboration when we move into the discussion mode. We have some international organization representation here. Guillaume, talk to us from UNESCO's perspective about how we can better promote and protect the safety of journalists.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I mean, obviously, what was said here already is part of this complex puzzle. I won't repeat several of the shocking statistics we have been hearing since we started this conversation yesterday for this Media Freedom Conference. But one thing that is very clear from the different interventions and also from UNESCO own data is that the issue of safety of journalists have become much more complex since the UN system approved the UN Plan of Action on Safety of Journalists and the issue of impunity 10 years ago. As was already said, at that moment we have a significant number of killings and other sorts of violence against journalists in armed conflict countries. And now this has moved to a much more complex story, which obviously impacts the policies we need to do at a multilateral level, but also a national level, to tackle this issue. So to give a few examples, just recently, women journalists covering sports were harassed online with these kind of threats we heard, just because misogynist groups don't accept that women journalists can cover sports. Journalists that were covering COVID-19 crisis were physically attacked by anti-vax groups on the street in a particular country. Journalists that were covering sexual abuse by a particular religious congregation in a country were sued severely in courts and lost. because of these kind of revelations. Other journalists covering environmental crimes by illegal mining companies were also harassed. And I could keep going on with the list. So this kind of complexity in terms of the perpetrators of the crimes against journalists, doing the coverage of very, very important local, regional issues ranging from corruption to environmental crimes to specific elements of the daily life or the health crisis, have made this situation much more complex. So the original idea of the plan remains. We need to have comprehensive policies with what we call the 3 Ps: prevention, protection, and prosecution of the crimes, with a cross-cutting element of monitoring. But if we look to those different issues, those different sets of policies, they are now much more complex in the way we'll deal with that. If we look, we said here, we have less journalists killed overall and much less killed in armored conflicts. But if we expand the idea of tension and conflict, UNESCO have monitored that the violence against journalists covering protests and riots, even in very established democracies, have raised a lot in the last 5 years. And this violence is even killings, but doxing, facial recognition of journalists, imprisonment, and so on and so forth. So we need to look into the specificities of protecting journalists that are covering protests, that are covering elections, that are covering international organized crime. The different policies to tackle those issues are not the same. We can't have the idea that one single big policy for protecting journalists will work. Actually, several of the journalists whose killings we have condemned recently in the last years, they were under protection mechanisms by different national governments. This means that protection mechanisms are not usable. Of course not, they are useful, but something is failing if they are under protection. Actually, one of the journalists killed last month was under protection mechanism. So what happened there? We need to understand those things better. And in terms of monitoring, when we go to the online environment, then we are still in a complete obscure place. Precisely because a new player in this game, the internet platform companies, they are not transparent players. So we don't have enough evidence to suggest the best policy here. We simply don't know what's going on. We have, as the Undersecretary mentioned, we have a clear picture that online violence against journalists have increased, particularly against women journalists. But we don't have the precise data to suggest evidence-based policy. We don't know exactly from where this violence is coming, how much it is, what the companies are doing to solve these kind of things. So in this 10th anniversary of the plan, we really need to get all together and to see, not to change the overall trend that was discussed 10 years ago. We still need coherent prevention, protection, prosecution policies. If one of those things fail, we won't succeed. But doing prevention, protection, and prosecution in what's going on right now is very different. Even because of the good news. 10 years ago, we didn't have things like cross-border journalists doing Panama Papers or Pandora Papers. And these kind of new journalism, very interesting, are also offering new challenges in terms of the protection of those journalists. Last thing we want to say in this first round, we also need to look into some very interesting good practices in different levels. I will mention just one. The recent decision of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights regarding the case of Ginette Bedoya, that was a Colombian journalist who suffered several kinds of violence and brought her case to the inter-American system, is very interesting because the decision of the court looked into this comprehensive view of what it is to protect journalists. So it was not only about prosecuting the crime, which is obviously evident in the core of a judicial decision, so bringing justice, but the decision also ordered reparation measures, order memory measures, which is very important to memorialize what's going on, and non-repetition measures. So these kind of decisions is not only about ending the cycle of impunity, it's also about prevention and protection. So we need to be stronger in this kind of, also to say that interesting things are happening out there, and we need to underline these good practices from the different players. In this case, a judiciary player, an international court, but we have similar good things with police forces, with prosecution services, obviously with government. So we need to look into those things to actually share those things. That they're not necessarily replicable exactly as they happened, but they can serve as an inspiration for this change.
And of course, thank you. And of course, new tools for old problems still raises the question of how we are building capacity amongst the judiciary and the police to tackle those new challenges, right? And I think that's something that we're all trying to wrestle with at present. Hannah, we heard earlier that Belarus is the most dangerous place in Europe to be a journalist. To conclude this session, I'm really keen to hear from you about your experiences and how you think we can address the extraordinarily dangerous situation for Belarusian journalists at present.
Thank you, Jody. I would like to tell you a story about my friend. Her name is Katerina Andreeva. She's a prominent Belarusian journalist. Her image is here on my T-shirt. She was sentenced to 2 years in prison in 2020. Her guilt was that she was live streaming from a protest in Minsk. When she heard her sentence, she was in a metal cage, but I think she was free, more free than anybody else in the courtroom because she was smiling and she was showing the victory sign. And these days we mark 1.5 years since the start of since the fraudulent elections in Belarus, and also since the start of this awful war of Lukashenko against independent journalists in Belarus. So yesterday, somebody asked me here at this conference, how is media in my country? And I think 1 year ago, I would say that the situation is catastrophic. Today, I'm more optimistic. And this is not because the situation got better, it got worse. We have 33 journalists behind bars. We have 300 journalists who fled the country, at least 300. At the same time, this has been 550 years of amazing solidarity, amazing resilience of Belarusian journalists. And again, I'm more hopeful than before, and here's why. In May 2021, the regime closed this most popular media outlet in Belarus, read by 65% of the population, to be why. 15 journalists got arrested, all destroyed. But then the staff moved abroad, and they basically created a new media outlet, Zerkalo, from scratch. More than 100 websites got blocked. So we went to YouTube, we went to Telegram, to other social media, and we create micromedia there. My mom cannot use VPN, but my mom gets her news from YouTube, basically. We cannot print independent newspapers in Belarus anymore. Instead, what we do right now, we distribute self-made newspapers, Samizdat. Every regional city in Belarus has its own Samizdat right now. One initiative has been spreading 400,000 copies per month, and that's quite a lot. Again, I am very optimistic, but I also understand that we need your support. Here's, I think, what should be done when it comes to priorities. We need to preserve structures. We need to preserve institutions. We cannot face the institutional vacuum in Belarus, because these are the media that are going to rebuild the country when Belarus is free. So more resources into this. We need to remember that there are journalists inside Belarus. It's a mistake to think that all fled. No, there are still people, professionals who work from there. And we need to find ways to support them as well. We need to invest in new content, in YouTube, in social media, in Telegram. This is important. Influencers are a great, great power these days, and people have this hunger for this type of information. Help us develop collaboration, contacts between us, networks, alliances. This is extremely important. We have this info point an organization that unites 25 newsrooms, social media, Telegram channels, and we cover basically hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions, thanks to these channels. But we need more of this. We have the Belarusian Association of Journalists, we have Press Club, and these organizations need support. It is urgent because, as we see, Lukashenko is not only targeting individual journalists. Alexander Lukashenko, the dictator in Belarus, is also destroying the ecosystem of media, of our field. And once the ecosystem is destroyed, it's easier for foreign propaganda, foreign narratives to be spread in Belarus, in our country. So I'd say that media is more powerful than tanks. And we see right now that Lukashenko is more scared of media, of independent journalists in Belarus than of Russian tanks. Today, the military drills started, by the way. Yeah, when it comes to these ideas, as the Undersecretary mentioned, it's time to turn these ideas into action. So we will hopefully do this.
Thank you so much, Hannah. And I love your re-rendering of the pen is mightier than the sword. I definitely believe that. Although, you know, it seems unbelievable to me that we're still at a place where people are issuing samizdat. You know, when Index on Censorship, one of my former organizations, began more than 40 years ago, 50 years ago now, it was in part because so many journalists and artists and activists were facing threats and were unable to speak freely. And it's just horrifying to think that we are, in many ways, have not gone forward. I'd like to turn to the panelists now for a bit more of an open discussion. And Ahmad, we didn't really have a chance for you to give your recommendations. We've obviously heard from Hannah the things that could support Belarusian journalists, but we also know that each country has different needs, different contexts. From your perspective, what could and should the international community have done and do to support Afghan media?
You see, beside these tens of closure of tens of the media and fleeing of at least some 100 journalists from the country, just based on our record, more than 100 cases of violence, including 50 cases of detention that lasted from hours to a week and a month, just happened in a few months. And in late January, a group of media organizations defending press freedom in the country, under umbrella of the Federation of the Journalists, Afghan Federation of Journalists, tried to update the people to have a press conference in Kabul, but they blocked. They threatened the journalists not to attend the conference, and then threatened our colleagues there, if we want to be safe, you have to leave it here as soon as possible. In this situation, we'd like, of course, we call on the international community, MFC, that to use from their political power, economic power, whatever they have, put pressure on the ruler of Afghanistan, new ruler, that we stop violence against journalists, and to at least just recently, as I can say, there are good development as well in recent months. One of them is at least none of journalists being killed, except 2 journalists, media workers being killed while the evacuation process going on in Kabul airport. But after that, we have no, fortunately, case of killing. And there is hope that this process will not continue. I mean, process of killing. Already we have, as I said, many journalists being killed. So,
can I just ask you that question?
Please.
About the Media Freedom Coalition and the groups. Afghanistan is a member of the Media Freedom Coalition, right? How do you think that the Media Freedom Coalition speaking out publicly against one of its members, would that have an impact on how the Taliban behave?
For sure, we need. Actually, I don't remember that the MFC had a statement regarding what's happening in Afghanistan.
No, it hasn't.
We need, as yesterday a colleague Ways from Pakistan said, it's good to to localize something in each country based on what we experience. Needs a mixed pressure from international community to something on the ground in Kabul from the local media. Together we can go forward. And it's good to have, at least we call on in the MFCA, that to have a statement on what's happening in Kabul, in Afghanistan in general, on anything relevant to the media freedom in Afghanistan. And even is good to do it in our own language, to send a message to those who are running government in Kabul, that everything is important. We care about what's happening in Afghanistan.
So a clear statement from the Media Freedom Coalition about the situation in Afghanistan in local language would make a difference.
In Farsi, in Pashto, it's required to do it, and even at the same time, if also we call it on the MFC to at least to have a monthly report on each of the member states. I mean, the situation of the press freedom on each of the member states, in particular those countries that the journalists are at risk, like Afghanistan, Ukraine, and Belarus.
Thank you. Undersecretary, I'll come to you in a second because the US is a member of the Media Freedom Coalition. But I want to ask you, Rosita, because there's a similar issue for BBC Persian, right, is the need for an international clamour. Have you clearly, you're calling, appealing to the UN. Have you seen enough of that from the international community? And how hopeful are you that a body like the UN, which a lot of people criticize as being too unwieldy, too political, can actually make a difference in the case of BBC Persia?
I think that it's really important for the international community to keep the issue alive. And when, for the first time in 2017, we complained to the UN, we did notice a decrease in the amount of family harassment in Iran. So it shows that it could have an impact, and it's really, really important for the international community to hold the countries such as Iran to account and to send them this clear message that persecution of journalists is unacceptable. So we need to see more of that because, when there are statements, when there are pressures, when the issue is raised in bilateral talks with Iran, then it sends a very clear message to the Iranian authorities that this harassment should stop.
Thank you. So we've heard from two journalists now saying very clearly that they need to hear more concretely from organizations like the Media Freedom Coalition, calling out both its own members for misbehavior, but also other countries that are clearly not protecting media freedom. How do you think that organizations like the Media Freedom Coalition can get into this mode of being more active, more vocal?
Well, I think it's critical for the Media Freedom Coalition to deliver in meaningful ways and to respond, as we see such a dramatic degradation of fundamental human rights in Afghanistan. I can speak for the United States government in telling you that we are absolutely resolute in terms of holding the Taliban to account on the imperative to protect rights of all Afghans, including journalists, including women and girls, and that the recognition which the Taliban craves, as well as a resumption of international support, we need to be resolute in demand action and not merely words. Of course, we have additional conditions as well, such as respect for international humanitarian principles, refraining from any reprisals against the previous government or civil society activists, allowing freedom of movement to the Afghan people to be able to to leave the country if they wish, and respecting commitments with respect to counterterrorism. I believe, it's really a test of our credibility to integrate this work into our diplomacy and our diplomatic efforts, as well as multilateral institutions. I can tell you, in the case of Iran, this is just a devastating example of the transnational repression that the Iranian government commits against its citizens and against courageous journalists and human rights activists outside the country who are merely seeking to shed the light of truth on what's occurring in the country. So there too, with our return to the Human Rights Council, this is a very important aspect of the United States elevating human rights within our foreign policy. I can tell you the situation in Iran will be one of our overriding priorities, and we'll look to work with members of the Media Freedom Coalition and other council members to produce action.
And you raised the very important point of transnational threats, which I think is a shift that we've seen in recent years, and I do want to come back to that. But Rebecca, you were actively involved, like many organizations, in dealing with a lot of the chaos that arose with the fall of Kabul and the threats to journalists, and you've heard Ahmed. How do you respond to both what the Undersecretary said and what you've seen from the international community in terms of supporting Afghan journalists?
I think that was one of the most, in fact, for many years will still be one of the most disappointing moments in my entire career, to be honest with you. I think all of us that work in this space stopped everything that we were doing and tried to help. And 6 months on, we're still getting pleas. My colleagues and I, every single day, are still getting emails from Afghan journalists we've never met who are pleading for help, who are still in the country, who fear for their lives, who fear for their families. And we have to tell them that we cannot evacuate them and we cannot give them visas. We need states to do these things. So yes, the MFC should absolutely make a statement on Afghanistan. It's shameful that that didn't happen months ago. A statement is a good step. But the MFC did not form only to make statements. It is supposed to coordinate other action. One of the recommendations of one of the excellent reports by the high-level panel was to provide emergency visas to journalists, and Afghanistan is the clearest example we have yet of why that was so desperately needed. It is still needed. This was not just something that happened in August. It is something that is still actively going, and most of our governments have done shamefully little. A few really did try to help. Some did evacuate journalists. Some have helped to resettle journalists and have offered visas. Sorry, I'm not feeling very moderate today either, Jody, but I'm going to say this. The UK, while it was a co-chair of the Media Freedom Coalition, managed to evacuate cats and dogs from Afghanistan and not Afghan journalists. That's not okay. This is still very much needed. So I would make that concrete challenge now to make that statement, to look into ways to help people get out of the country safely and to give them visas, not just to in Afghanistan, but it's the most concrete example I can think of.
And I think, interestingly, you've got two very practical steps there, right? You've got a clear statement that can be made, and you've got the provision of emergency visas. Nadim, I want to come to you because the high-level panel has made a number of very practical recommendations about what countries can do to help promote media freedom, among them emergency visas, safe refuge as well. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about those practical steps that countries can take to protect journalists, and particularly with regard to how we protect journalists when they've moved out of country but are still facing threats, as Guillaume referred to, where they continue to receive threats, even though they're notionally in another country that perhaps protects media freedom.
Sure, no, thank you. I think obviously the priority is when a journalist is under threat and cannot be protected in country is to provide them a quick, safe, and dignified exit, while also making sure that as they exit, they don't have to abandon their calling, which is to be a journalist. And we've seen that there's a lot to do in that field, and the panel has very concrete recommendations in terms of emergency visas, about how you can distribute kind of the collective burden so that countries can really come up with a meaningful response, again, as a collective. But in addition, you do need to protect journalists, as you mentioned, when they get to a safer country. And that means protecting them from cross-border attacks, often online, but not just online. It also means tracking and protecting their families that stay behind. And I think, again, the example of the journalist from BBC Persia is very telling in that sense. And here, again, the need is to have, attacks on journalists need to have a price associated with it. There needs to be a political price. And this is what is lacking. And this is why I think it's not enough to just say, to stop at statements. Yes, statements are important, but what is the next step? And the next step is collective action. And this is where for instance, the panel focused a lot on Magnitsky-style sanctions that can be used to deter those who commit attacks or to punish and to hold accountable those who committed attacks from behind borders.
And those are individually targeted sanctions.
Here, if you have the architecture.
Sorry. Just to explain, those are targeted sanctions, in other words, against particular individuals who've been involved in limiting press freedom or attacking individual journalists. That's those style sanctions that you're talking about.
Exactly. Yes. Sorry about that. Too much technical terms, but because really, when you think about protection, you also need to deter. And I think all of us who work on these issues, we've been baffled. Why do we keep seeing increase in number of attacks, in all sorts of attacks? Not just sort of the killings of journalists. And I really think it is because of impunity, which brings me back to the best way to reduce attacks and to protect journalists is to send a strong signal that those who attack journalists will have a price to pay, ideally in a court of law, but also in parallel in terms of sanctions, in terms of being pointed at and shamed internationally. And I think here we know the mechanisms. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We've dealt with it in other challenges, such as the recruitment of child soldiers, such as sexual assault in conflicts. So why can we not put our collective political will to protect journalists? I think this is really what is lacking today. There's also an individual responsibility on states to become more active as well in presenting consular representation. And here, I think, again, if the Media Freedom Coalition is going to succeed in its mission, it really needs to think of itself as a coalition of committed countries that are going to use their political capital, as we just heard our friend from Afghanistan say, to really exert and put that pressure, maybe use their pressure with other regional countries that may be able to convince the Taliban, for example. We need to be creative, and we can be a lot more creative when people are working collectively, but this requires political leadership.
Thank you for that. Hannah, you said something really interesting in your remarks, which is to talk about the ways in which journalists have been able to sort of reinvent communication so that people inside the country can continue to receive information. Because I think one of the sort of misconceptions about Belarus, for example, is we hear often this phrase that there are no journalists anymore in Belarus, everyone's left, but there are still people in Belarus who need access to independent, verified, trustworthy information. How can the international community support that provision and support those individuals who are working at presumably extraordinarily high risk inside country?
Mm-hmm. So let me just briefly explain how it looks, this communication between us. So we do have journalists who work undercover, who work anonymously, and they hide the fact that they are journalists from the state, basically, or that they report on something. We also have citizen journalists who send us information. We have amazing eyewitnesses who basically control, observe, who monitor all the things that are happening. And I mentioned military drills. We now literally were able to build a map of Russian equipment and troops in the country because of this information that people send to us. So we do have this communication all the time. And I think what happened in 2020, what was really visible for everybody, is that the regime in Belarus lost monopoly over people's minds. They absolutely lost social media and independent kind of information in this field. And that was really visible. That's why they got so scared. That's why all these harsh sentences. My friends, bloggers, Igor Osik, 15 years in prison. Eduard Palches, 13 years in prison, just because they're bloggers, only because of this. At the same time, the recent research says that people in Belarus consider television the most important source of fake news. Like 68% of people consider this as a source of fake news. So the regime is absolutely losing here, right? So what can be done? Of course, what was mentioned, right? So statements are important. Again, here we are in Estonia. Estonia co-sponsored 3 Area for More meetings on Belarus, especially the one on media freedom, which was, I think, actually broadcast from here, from the same building. So this is very important. This is UN Human Rights Council. Again, March this year is going to happen, and Belarus would be considered there. And I imagine the situation of journalists as well. So this is absolutely crucial. Belarus is a member of 2 international organizations, OSCE and UN. So we need to use these mechanisms for us. And I would say that this should be done like 3 pillars: justice, support, and pressure. Sanctions were mentioned are absolutely essential, absolutely important. This is the only tool the regime reacts to. Support to civil society, to media. Again, it's never enough. Our operational costs increased like 3-4 times because like major newsrooms relocated, and it's much more expensive to work from Lithuania, from Poland, than from Belarus. And justice, again, all the justice efforts, investigations of crimes, universal jurisdiction, OSCE efforts, UN efforts, and so on.
So we've heard very clearly from a number of people what works. Loud international pressure, sanctions, support for civil society organizations, and justice, ensuring that we have justice. I think we have about 15 minutes left, is that right?
It says...
I'm just checking that 15 minutes is right. So I'm quite keen that we take some questions from the audience if we have a bit of time. There's a gentleman there, and then a gentleman at the back, yeah.
May I come here? Hello. Thank you very much. Jan Lublinsky. I work for DW Academy in Germany, the German International Broadcasters Media Development Branch. And I also am the vice chair of the Global Forum for Media Development. I'm also not moderate about this issue, Jody. So this is why I thank you for these cases from Belarus. I'm very impressed that you see a positive and optimistic side to this. It's almost impossible to see this, and you make it happen. That's impressive. And also, of course, the example of the Persian newsroom and from Afghanistan. This is what makes us not being moderate about these issues. I'm going to ask a question to Rebecca, though. I joined the Media Freedom Coalition Consultative or Advisory Network 2 years ago, as we called it. It was the CSOs. It was for the first time that the human rights organizations and the media development community came together, and the publishers and the unions of journalists, and so many stakeholders are in this quite active network. And we were very optimistic that we could do something about all these things. But a year ago, we realized our advice as the advisory network was not really taken seriously, or nothing moved much, so we were almost about to dissolve. And now this year, I'm back here again. We're called the Consultative Network now, or we called ourselves, because we hope that at least our consultancy is taken. And I am also a bit more optimistic that some things get moving. So my personal motivation, because I could spend my time improving our media development project instead of being here, right? And I could, effectively do something. But I'm still engaged in these international network meetings where you don't always see if something is moving on. But my mission is, I believe that media development will help the safety of journalists, because strong media ecosystems, as you say, will, if they are supported, they will also be able to engage in the safety of journalists. But Rebecca, I'd like to ask you, actually, why are you spending your time here? I mean, Reporters Without Borders is successful in many ways. and you have many strands where you could invest your valuable time. Why are you investing your time
why are you here,
in the Media
you.
Freedom
Thank
Coalition
you.
Consultative Network?
I could
Why
ask
do you do
Jody
this?
the
And
very
what's your
thing.
hope for the future of this?
Quickly, if you can, because I think we've got other questions.
Yeah, sure. I'll cover this really briefly. I think everybody involved in the CN, every organization, we've all put hundreds of hours of our staff time into this because we had high hopes about what the MFC set out to do, and we still do. We still hope that we can get this body to the point where it's delivering the things that it set out to do. There have been a lot of frustrations over the years. There have been other panels where we've covered that in detail. From Reporters Without Borders side, the reason that we find it so important to engage here is we are a provocative campaigning organization. We do the naming and shaming and the protests and these sorts of things maybe that are less welcome by certain states. But we also think it's really important to talk directly to states, to raise these issues. And we will be critical when it's merited, but we're ready to partner when it makes sense as well. And there's a lot of potential within the MFC. Some of the states really mean what they say. They are doing their best to implement their commitments. Others need to be prodded in that direction. But we think there's power in having this engagement directly, and in those states then sharing that experience with each other, holding themselves to account and each other. And even though we've had frustrations in the CN, I think we're all still hopeful that we can get this into a more effective place. And if not, we may put the MFC on notice once again, I have to say.
Thank you. There's another gentleman at the back there. Yep, your question?
Thank you. My name is Mike Mushi from Tanzania. We are a local media development company. We work with international media to implement programs in Tanzania. We work with Internews in Tanzania. So quick question. I think there's so much experience into how in countries that have emergencies on how to work with and protect journalists. There are a few countries where had a shrinking space, and right now they're opening up. And the moment we see that, we all move away. But then how do we then support that? Because they have seen how bad it could be. They're opening up right now, but there's no support anymore. So how are we then supporting the very special case? Because right now, if you talk about internet shutdowns, yes, they've experienced internet shutdowns. How are we protecting other journalists right now, training them when these things is to happen again? How are we laying down the foundation? Policies, because right now we're not speaking hypothetically, they have lived and worked through this. I mean, a good example.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a country.
I think it's a great question because we focus a lot on rapidly closing civic space, conflict zones, but what you're talking about is the flip side. You know, you've come out of a particularly difficult period for media freedom and freedom of expression, and yet journalists still need support and help. Ahmed, I think you wanted to respond a little to that.
I also, we call on the MFCs to say that to establish an emergency fund for the situation like Afghanistan, probably in the future will happen. Nowadays, I'm not going to name an organization, but some of my colleagues asked an international organization, please help us. Some of the colleagues already been to Turkey, in Iran, and even in Pakistan. Their case application was rejected. That we cannot support you. Just stay for months. They have no income. They are abroad with no income. How can they live? How can they meet with the requirement of family in Turkey, in Iran, and Pakistan? But unfortunately, it was rejected. I don't know even. How can I tell them where they can call for assistance? This, and also another recommendation is that, if possible, that we are looking. I mean, hundreds of journalists who are now living, Afghan journalists in exile, to support them to reorganize somehow. Because they have enough experience how to cover the situation on the ground. With the restriction on the ground in Afghanistan, these journalists abroad in exile can cover the situation of Afghanistan.
I think that's going to unfortunately be an increasing issue that we need to tackle, and it's interesting to hear the experience of XL Media in Belarus, and I do hope that there can be some cross-learning. Jem, from your perspective, I think this is a really important point, right? Suddenly, journalists who've gone from a quite repressive regime needing support to tackle the new normal, how can organizations like UNESCO and those who are here support them so that there isn't backsliding?
Indeed, no, it's a very good question, and I think we need to have a more comprehensive view of those strategies, because even when we are obviously the first priority is, for instance, to protect the life of journalists, but in a country where a very successful protection mechanism is in place, the number of deaths almost reduced to zero. A journalist told me once a very interesting thing. He said, in this country, we no longer have killed journalists, but we have escorted journalists that are under protection. And he said, and this is also not good for freedom of expression. Everyone who is a journalist here knows that a journalist going to an interview with a source with a bodyguard from the state is not a good thing either. So how we have a more comprehensive overview on how to tackle those problems. And the other problem we are creating to solve the more emergency ones of saving lives is that we are generating zones of silence. Because in some particular places, they are moving journalists from a particular area to the other, but then the drug lord in that region has already won the battle because no one is reporting what's going on in that place anymore, although that journalist is protecting his life or her life. So impunity, as he said, there are two sides of impunity that are very important. We need to prosecute the crimes against journalists, but we also need to guarantee that what that journalist was investigating keep being investigated, because otherwise we don't solve the problem either. So, and this is a strong relationship with his question, because organizations like UNESCO should immediately go in situations like that and support to create the necessary ecosystem to keep protecting freedom of expression. And then obviously prevention, protection and prosecution of crimes is part of this, but is much more than that. Media legal reform, how we support the judicial system to deal with cases of freedom of expression.
So a sort of crack A-team that descends to support those countries to keep the media sector supported. Undersecretary, this is clearly an area that perhaps countries like the US, organizations like the Media Freedom Coalition could ostensibly come together to support countries like Tanzania who need that support.
No, I would just comment here that I think this illustrates the generational investment we have to make in democratic renewal. So, the instance of a successful election or, let's say the end of an authoritarian regime, it is only the beginning of a long and a potentially perilous journey where the international community has to remain engaged, it has to remain invested, and it has to be accountable to support that progress. And I would just make an additional point to Guillaume's observation that we need to connect the dots between these interconnected issues around the repression of journalists and the incredibly dangerous environment in which journalists find themselves. There are direct connections to rule of law. To end impunity, we have to be forthright and unrelenting in supporting and demanding the rule of law, which means not only good laws on the books, but their actual execution and implementation. So that is a major focus of our own work on democratic renewal and advancing human rights, is supporting the integrity and the independence and the effectiveness of judicial institutions as well as law enforcement and security services that ultimately are accountable to their citizens, including journalists, and that are anchored in human rights. I think we also have to make the connection vis-a-vis anti-corruption. Why are journalists facing such peril and such threats? Because vested interests themselves feel threatened. So the role of journalists in the fight against corruption is indispensable. And third is just coming back to the point of transnational repression. It is a real and growing phenomenon in which we have new tools to respond, such as the Magnitsky sanctions, other sanctions that we've used increasingly. In the case of Belarus, there are over 150 sanction actions from the United States in the last year alone. But we have to show international resolve, and we've had good collective action by the United States and Europe and the UK, but we need others to join us in imposing costs to show that these actions are not acceptable.
Thank you. There is so much more that we could talk about. Time is very tight, I'm afraid, so I can't take any more questions, although I know there will be many, and I can't take any more comments from the panel. One thing that I wanted to reflect on very strongly, and we didn't have a chance really to talk about it here, but I was interested to hear Germany earlier in the pledging session talk about a feminist foreign policy, and I think one thing that I would strongly stress in this group is just the gendered nature of a lot of the harassment and lack of security that we see for journalists. Women journalists, and particularly women journalists of color, those from marginalized communities, are disproportionately targeted for their work. We heard sports journalists being targeted simply for having the temerity to be women reporting on sport, way away from a traditional conflict zone. And I think as we're thinking about concrete actions and policies that need to be taken, I think I probably speak for all of those at the panel, that lens needs to be brought to it. That lens needs to be brought to it. And to think very hard, those of you who are in decision-making positions, who is in the room? I'm extraordinarily grateful to have had 3 fantastic journalists on this panel. I'm sure they would all say the same as me, which is hearing from the individuals who are on the front end of this is absolutely key. They need to be in your rooms. You need to be hearing from them for what's needed, because that's where you're going to see real change. So please join me in thanking our amazing panelists. Thank you to our host, Estonia, and I believe you'll be told what's happening next.
Yes, thank you, Jody, and thank you all panelists. We will have now a short break. We'll be back here on top of the hour, and then first we'll go live to New York. In New York, you have one of the best J schools, journalism schools in the United States, maybe in the world, at Columbia University. We'll be joined live from New York by the president of Columbia University, Lee Bollinger, and then our final panel on this conference on interlinkages between media freedom and internet freedom. But here, when you go to the break, are again the voices of youth on media freedom.
I was in high school in 2009 when 32 Filipino journalists were killed by government militiamen in what would be known as the Ampatuan Massacre, the deadliest attack on the press in history. The first guilty verdict wasn't handed down until 10 years later. By then, I was a reporter covering the event. Media freedom to me means no journalist having to wait a decade for justice. It means no longer needing to write stories about attacks on my colleagues. And it means never fearing that they will one day have to write stories about
Greetings,
me.
one and all. My name is Adit Topal. I am a lawyer from India and I am currently pursuing my Master in Law from Columbia Law School. To me, media freedom means the autonomy of our journalists to report fairly, freely, and without the fear of persecution for the work they do. The fourth pillar of democracy, that is free media, has played a vital role in not just preserving, but also furthering the democratization of our institutions. These institutions are now threatened by increasing partisanship, intolerance, and disinformation. And this is precisely why ensuring media freedom today is crucial. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marlena Gebb, and I'm an Austrian student at Columbia Law School. To me, media freedom means access to truth and an opportunity to form my own opinion. When journalists can do their job without interference, I am given a chance to understand the reality I live in. Some of the information I learn might make me uncomfortable, but it also provides me with a possibility to take action and have my opinion heard. Media freedom helps limit abuses of power, and where they do happen, it is a first step towards accountability and justice. Thank you.
And we are continuing our global conference for media freedom here in Tallinn, Estonia. And now I'm really happy to introduce our next speaker. We are going live to New York City, and there is ready for us to speak to us President of Columbia University, Mr. Lee Pollinger. I remember 2002, that was year after 9/11, when I was deciding that I need to study international affairs further. And the only place I wanted to study was SIPA, School of International Public Affairs of Columbia University. And therefore, this is my university. And I'm really happy to introduce our next speaker now, live from New York, Mr. Lee Pollinger, President of Columbia University.
Thank you very much. Let me begin by offering my thanks to President Kauris for so graciously extending the invitation to join you virtually. I wish that I could be with you in person. I would also like to thank Foreign Minister Eva Maria Leimitz and Ambassador at Large for Human Rights, Lena Lind. Estonia and Columbia University have enjoyed long, strong, and meaningful ties for decades. I am pleased to shortly be joined by Columbia alumnus and journalist Neema Raud. We are proud to count many leaders of Estonia's government and movement for independence among our alumni, including Ambassador Ernst Jackson and former President Toomas Hendrik Ilves. I want to speak this afternoon about a subject, I could have picked many, that involves universities and Columbia in particular. The subject of your work and of this conference is very, very dear to me. And there can be no doubt that the values reflected in this conference are facing fraught times. We are living through an era when threats to global freedom of expression are mounting, when democratic principles are being eroded, and authoritarian governments are rising in number and prominence. In particular, we have witnessed over the last decade a dramatic increase in the imprisonment of journalists and in violence against journalists and activists from both state and non-state actors. Additionally, criminal and civil defamation measures are increasingly used to silence speech alongside encroaching internet surveillance by governments. There has been a disturbing rise in voices that seek to delegitimize journalism and the people who practice it. Fortunately, the global norms that courts with great difficulties began to build during the last decades of the 20th century are providing strong counterweights to these repressive trends. Regional and national courts are issuing innovative decisions that build upon existing international standards to uphold the essential principle of the rights of the governed to be informed, to speak freely, and to give their consent. And this is what I want to focus on now. We are all well aware that freedom of expression lives with a deficit of enforcement powers. At the international level, we have excellent statements of principles, beginning with Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but weak implementation. The regional treaties, modeled on their international forebears and their judicial institutions, are providing excellent interventions. And of course, national courts are always capable of giving real meaning to international norms and to positive national laws. As I said a moment ago, this highly decentralized system is yielding significant benefits for freedom of expression. My strong view is that we ought to do everything we can to support and nurture this trend. And I believe that universities can play a very useful role in this context. At Columbia, we have more academic work devoted to freedom of speech and press than any other university in the world. It begins with the great School of Journalism, but it spreads throughout the institution to schools of law, international affairs and public policy, engineering, arts and sciences, and to the new Knight Institute on the First Amendment, a university-affiliated body that both conducts research and education and actually brings litigation. Some years ago, I established another university institution called Columbia Global Freedom of Expression. I appointed Agnes Calamard, now leading Amnesty International, to lead the project. It is now led by Catalina Botero. These great thinkers and advocates have established a powerful institution devoted to helping develop global legal norms of freedom of expression. It is worth highlighting 3 initiatives of Columbia Global Freedom of Expression. The first is to provide a publicly available database website of the ever-growing case law arising from all around the world and dealing with freedom of speech and press. It is amazing to me that before this database was created, there was nowhere judges or litigants could look to see what other courts had decided. The gathering and systematizing of decisions is a critical step in the development of the idea that there is actually a jurisprudence of global norms, something that by its very existence both demonstrates and fosters a sense of a collective effort to build and enforce legal norms. This is a technique used by great treatise writers, especially in the early part of the 20th century, to create common law of contracts, torts, and other fields. The second initiative is to offer training opportunities for judges and teaching materials for educating students in global norms on freedom of expression, and also to provide a network for advocates around the world. We hope this will also be important in the United States in encouraging scholars of the First Amendment to become more knowledgeable about the increasingly global dimensions of free speech and press. More and more, we all say we live in an interconnected world with its global issues and a global communications technology and system. As such, it is no longer entirely sensible to divide the world intellectually between those who study domestic rights and those who study international rights. These 2 realms are merging all the time in reality, just as in the last century, we progressed from free speech and press being treated locally to being regarded nationally as issues and communications technologies became national in scope. And so we very much need many more scholars working on the global front. And moving now to a very large scale, our very rationale of freedom of expression must evolve. From that of protecting basic human rights, still very important, to a rationale of the need for citizens globally to communicate with each other, certainly about global issues that increasingly dominate our lives. And the third and last initiative is to establish means of recognizing and honoring courageous and creative decisions and legal services that further global freedom of expression as models of what should be emulated. As the Pulitzer Prizes, based, of course, at Columbia show, prizes can matter. To be sure, all of these efforts are small contributions to just one dimension of the problems of providing protections to citizens and journalists. And they are long-term, not immediate remedies. Still, I have seen them work in the extraordinary development of the First Amendment and the concepts of free speech and press over the past 100 years in the United States. There is an ecology involved in the emergence of jurisprudence, which once created can be very powerful in its own right. This allows courts to look at other courts, litigants at other litigants, scholars and teachers and students to exist and to be inspired. Finally, in my remarks this afternoon, I want through these examples to highlight just how valuable universities can be in helping to further freedoms of speech and press. What Columbia has done in these and many other ways can be replicated and expanded everywhere. Universities share the values. They are the natural partners of great journalism, and they have as much interest in preserving the conditions of freedom of thought and communication as anyone. There can and should be more alignment in our efforts to defend and expand the cause of freedom. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee Bollinger, President of Columbia University from New York City. And now our third and final panel today, and this panel will be on interlinkages between media freedom and internet freedom. The panelists are already seated, and the panel is hosted by my good friend, former Foreign Minister of Estonia, now member of European Parliament, Mr. Urmas Paet, please.
Thank you very much, Neeme, and good afternoon. I also welcome all of you here in Estonia, in Tallinn, and we are going to speak about media freedom and internet freedom and the linkages between these two. Because with the innovations such as social media, cloud computing, big data, and smartphones, some aspects of the media industry are unrecognizably compared to media at the turn of the millennium. And how these innovations continue to change the media space is the question for our debate here. And I'm really glad to have with me good experts from different countries, from, well, different specialities. With me are here Johanna Sumuvuori. She is State Secretary to the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Finland. Then we have Lea Kaspar, Head of Global Partners Digital and representative of FOC Secretariat. We have Catherine Anit, human rights lawyer, member of high-level legal panel and founding director of Freedom of Expression Hub in Uganda. And we have Mari-Liis Rüütsalu, CEO of Express Group from Estonia. And we also have two panelists which are physically not here. They with us through modern technologies. We have Teresa Ribeiro. She is OSCE Media Freedom Representative. And we also have Omnia Abbas Shafkat, a journalist from South Sudan, so that they both are with us online. And well, before I give the floor to our panelists, I used the opportunity to make also some introductory remarks to frame the issues and themes we're going to discuss. So digital technologies and the internet have the potential to promote and protect democracy and human rights, so that usually people think that it is really positive and positive only. But at the same time, it also enables to cut off the information flow and also discriminate people, often also the most vulnerable ones. So that our issues related to media freedom and internet freedom, as most of aspects in everyday life, have both sides. As more and more media is displayed online, internet freedom, of course, is crucial for free and independent media. Non-discriminatory access to and accessibility of the internet have fundamental importance for exercising the freedom to seek, receive, and impart information. But unfortunately, if you look what is the real situation of freedom on the net, and if you look, for example, at the report issued by Freedom House, then global internet freedom declined for the 11th consecutive year in 2021. We have seen great deteriorations, for example, in Myanmar, in Belarus, also in Uganda, in some other countries. And according to the UN Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression, during the past 2 years, the internet has been shut down just before or during elections in more and more countries, including the same Belarus or the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Myanmar, and so on and so on. So that governments more often shut down the internet at the time when people actually need it most. In addition to elections, when they also urgently need access to health-related information or even emergency services, for example. Also, if you look at what other international organizations have said, then the Human Rights Council has strongly condemned the use of internet shutdowns that internationally and arbitrarily prevent or disrupt access to information online. So shutting down the internet is an inherently disproportionate response. It violates the requirement of necessity and also proportionality set out in international human rights law. According to Freedom House, authorities in at least 48 countries pursued new rules for tech companies on content, data, and competition over the past year. With a few positive exceptions, according to Freedom House, the push to regulate the tech industry is being exploited to subdue free expression and gain greater access to private data. So right to privacy, on the other hand, is one crucial aspect when we talk about internet freedom. Here I stop my starting monologue. My point in this sense, yes, was that, well, unfortunately, here in Estonia, for example, we used to the fact that, well, internet gives us much more liberties and it is sort of human rights already, the access to the internet. But as we see all this global data and human rights data, well, the world is much more diverse. So, well, let's start with our great panelists. And first I give the floor for your introductory remarks. Johanna Sumuvuori from Finland, please, floor is yours.
Many thank you, Chair. And I'd like to first warmly thank you, Estonian government, for inviting Finland for this very pivotal discussion today. And I feel really privileged to participate in this panel with such a distinguished group of experts. So trying to give you some Finnish approach and Finnish perspectives to this topic we're talking today, media freedom and also internet freedom, and how they intertwine. So it was already stated in the opening remarks that there is a great risk of also for authoritarian regimes to hindering people to get access to knowledge and access to online world. And also, if we think of how the internet has influenced people's life lately, it has also brought a lot of privileges. There's more possibilities to get access to certain information, but the shares of that development hasn't been actually distributed very equally. So there's still a lot of people who don't have access to that kind of information, and also the development is also accompanied by the growing influence of authoritarian states in the governance of internet and digitalization and beyond. So those are some burning questions we have to deal with today. Some governments have also restricted internet access by imposing partial or complete internet shutdowns, and that continues to affect more people and target especially vulnerable communities and vulnerable people by preventing them from accessing and disseminating information. Also, there are a lot of online harassment nowadays and attacks both offline and online against human rights defenders and journalists, and especially those who identify as women, and it may lead to self-censorship of journalists and activists, and it hinders democratic participation as well, and undermines trust in the online environment and democracy as a whole. So it's a very big democratic question. So building trust is very crucial, building trust in a safe, open and accessible digital space. It's very crucial for media freedom, but also for connecting those who are not online. We still have people who are not online. So one very Finnish aspect to this is literacy, and specifically media literacy. I would dare to say that the basics or the fundamentals of Finnish democracy and democratic participation is actually laid down by giving chance to everyone to read. So literacy in general and media literacy specifically has a great impact on the democratic development of any society. And we actually put a lot of focus on media literacy. So actions directed at combating disinformation and harmful content online should not unduly restrict freedom of expression, and media literacy is the cure or antidote for any negative implications. And in Finland, we have recently, actually December 2019, we have updated our national policy on media education, and it highlights the need to ensure media skills for any age group, from children to seniors. And media literacy is integrated also as a transversal competence in our national core curricula from early childhood education to upper secondary level. And I cannot highlight this enough, because when we talk about information, that we need to give everyone access to information, there's also a question of quality of information. So not all information that we can find online is something that actually builds up democracy. And it's a serious question why we have to also have this dialogue between different stakeholders. The civil society has been mentioned here, but we need dialogue with different decision makers in different countries, but also the private sector and big tech, tech companies. And in late 2020, the Freedom Online Coalition actually adopted a joint statement on the spread of disinformation. And it's a development of which was led actually by Finland and the United Kingdom. And that statement emphasizes respect for freedom and expression and other human rights obligations, and the responsibility and international cooperation of governments and the private sector. So we have to be very proactive in responding to these challenges. And when states use the internet for authoritarian purposes, it is very important to defend human rights approach, human rights respecting digital space more strongly, and together with different stakeholders, including a private sector, as I mentioned. So I'm very much now looking forward to hear these distinguished experts, their takes on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your overview. And as we just heard, you represent also the country where are the happiest people in the world. So that in this sense, I guess you found already good balance what concerns all the new technologies and adequate information, because it also should be part of everyday's happiness in the society.
Indeed.
Well, thank you. And we move forward with OSCE. And we have OSCE Media Freedom Representative Teresa Ribeiro. She's somewhere online. So please, Teresa, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, I want to express my gratitude for being here today with you and to have the opportunity to participate in this very, very interesting panel on such a topical issue. I wish I could be with you in presence, but it's the new times that we have to adapt to. And allow me to first remind ourselves that the internet brought with it a new era of unfiltered, free expression, and this was fantastic. But we certainly underestimated its power for abuse and started the debate on to address the related challenges, maybe a little bit too late. We know there is a long list of challenges: internet shutdowns, online harassment, amplification of harmful and hateful content, disinformation, extremist and terrorist propaganda, the negligent power of platforms, the impact of artificial intelligence, and the list goes on. As legitimate as these concerns may be, our responses and the solutions must be centered in human rights. I think this is very important to underline. They must be about protecting freedom of expression and media freedom online. Information and communication technologies play a key role in providing access to information, always, but especially in times of crisis and amidst the global pandemic, and the one that we are living just now. So it seems unthinkable that governments resort to internet shutdowns. Nevertheless, government-imposed internet shutdowns and other intentional disruptions are on the rise. Last year, almost 500 million people were affected by deliberate internet outages across the globe, and most of these were associated with additional human rights abuses, such as restrictions on freedom of expression, assembly, and election interference. The motivation, or at least the announced one, behind these incidents is varied. Often it is linked with crime prevention or specifically the fight against terrorism. Yet, studies show that this is unhelpful or even counterproductive. For instance, the Global Network on Extremism and Technology's latest study, published last month, confirms yet again that there is no correlation between a ban on social media platforms and death or injuries from terrorist violence. While blanket bans and entire shutdowns are disproportionate, there is still a lot of problematic content online that needs to be addressed. It was referred by the panelists that the previous panelists. Moderating harmful or illegal content online does not go against the principles of freedom of expression. There is expression that goes beyond what is acceptable or tolerable. For instance, online harassment and violence, particularly targeted against women and women journalists. As we know, journalists are regular targets of online attacks, and female journalists face a double burden, being attacked as journalists and as women. In extreme cases, these attacks lead to self-censorship or worse, women retreating from the public sphere, leaving even fewer female voices. Another particularly worrisome development is the rise of cyber attacks by various actors, targeting media outlets and their platforms. Such targeted cyber attacks come at a very high cost, disrupting the media's digital security, its ability to protect its sources and to report. Often, their aim is simply destruction. This new wave of cyber attacks raise serious questions about media cybersecurity and the need to invest in digital security to protect online media platforms. Arguably, the larger threat to media comes from their dependency on online platforms, even when they are not only online media. This brings me to the elephant in the room, in a way, regulating big tech and the technologies they use, like artificial intelligence. We have seen a kind of monopolization online with a handful of dominant online platforms having become powerful gatekeepers to our information. And currently, these internet platforms are left to their own devices to take decisions that directly impact our democracies, our human rights, our global security. Given the grand scale of content they grapple with, these platforms use AI technology to scale decisions on shaping and arbitrating online content. And the problem with it is that these technologies are designed to maximize user engagement in order to increase advertising and thus profit at the expense of our rights. But with such a big power must come responsibility. To this end, I have just published a policy manual on the impact of AI on freedom of expression. A crucial point of it is to reinvigorate the role and positive obligations of the state. It sets out practical guidance and recommendations to states on how to regulate the use of AI by platforms while safeguarding our rights online. These challenges we speak are global, and so the solutions must be too. Time and time again, what we see is national initiatives, each one more precarious than the other, attempting to nationalize the internet, shut down dissent, and censor all content that is offensive to those in power under the blanket accusation of extremism or terrorism. This is not a genuine attempt at platform regulation. This is only an attempt to control and suppress free speech. Before I conclude, allow me to say a few words about the current situation and why it's so crucial to protect media freedom. We are living challenging times. It does not help that trust in the media's watchdog function is crumbling. Strong, independent, and trustworthy journalism is being deprived of serving the public interest and contributing to a more informed citizenry. This is particularly the case when political leaders, public officials, and the authorities intimidate, threaten, condone, or fail to condemn violence against journalists. This, coupled with a vast and growing spread of disinformation, as well as the false narrative of fake news, is paving the way for anti-media sentiments, ultimately targeting individual journalists and their safety. All this has a direct impact on our ability to receive pluralistic sources of information. Let me also say that the answer to disinformation and other such phenomena is not censorship. The best answer is more quality journalism, ethical journalism, media self-regulation, more investigative journalism, and more media literacy, as rightly pointed out by the Secretary of State from Finland. The Media Freedom Coalition and conferences like this one play a crucial role in helping us all identify multilateral and multi-stakeholder responses to these challenges. To this end, my office has joined forces with the consecutive chairs of the Media Freedom Coalition, the UK and Canada, as well as Austria and the International Press Institute, to organize expert discussions addressing disinformation and the safety of journalists. With that in mind, I would like to conclude my speech with one key message to all government representatives listening today. There can be no security without media freedom, online and offline. This is the absolute prerequisite to global peace and stability. So instead of undermining the media, we must all join forces to reinforce its important function. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ribeiro from the OSCE. And of course, OSCE and also Mrs. Ribeiro must be unfortunately very busy because there are still lots of conflicts and crises also on the territory of OSCE. And with every conflict, as we know, there is always also information war or information conflict going on. So well, but we move forward, and our next speaker is from Uganda, human rights lawyer, Catherine Anit. Floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to start by reiterating the remit of the high-level panel of legal experts on media freedom. So this is the advisory arm of the Media Freedom Coalition, which right now comprises of 50 member states. And we have been advising them, trying to help them, promote freedom of expression and media freedom across the different countries in the world. And we've also been providing technical support to the coalition's partners, and particularly in regards to online freedom. We led technical support for Zimbabwe, where I provided opinions for their bills that came into existence. So the Zimbabwe Media Commission Bill, the cybersecurity bill and the data protection bill. So we intervened and gave them opinion and worked with members of parliament in Zimbabwe. And right now, as we speak, some of our recommendations, are reflected in the new law, in the new laws that have been passed in Zimbabwe. The panel is also working on a report on internet shutdowns and access bans, which will be released later this year. And we've been working with different partners who promote freedom of expression online. Now, to get back to freedom of expression online, I think the internet has become an integral part of media sustainability, and it's right that a vibrant and critical media is the hallmark of a democracy. But we shouldn't be blinded by the fact that legacy media is fading away. Newspapers, you barely see people buying newspapers off the streets. Now you can read newspapers online. But with that, we're seeing the rise of the new media, including social media. And that has also come, especially in my part of the world, with more restrictive standards. So for example, an offline media, duly registered, has a similar online platform, but they are subjected to a separate, licensing regime. So in Uganda, for example, the Daily Monitor, it has been one of the leading papers, not government-owned, but private-owned papers. So they wrote a story about the Speaker of Parliament, the former Speaker of Parliament, and she didn't like the story. This story featured on the online platform. So the Communications Commission came in and ordered them to, to re-register. They're like, you don't have a registration, so you're not legitimate, you're not a legitimate media house. So we have a fully registered media house, but because they have transformed their media house into an online platform, they're being subjected to a new regime, licensing regime. And that's just one example of a way in which, some of these authoritarian governments are stifling freedom of expression online. And we're seeing that internet shutdowns also, are being used as a weapon of repression. So I think the first speaker, ably said, we're seeing a lot of internet shutdowns in election contexts, in protests, and sometimes examinations. So for example, in Ethiopia, during national examinations, the internet is shut down because there's a threat of cheating. Not everyone is sitting that exam, so why would you remove the plug and affect a variety of rights related to the use of the internet? So as a panel, we believe that media freedom is necessary to enable people to assert their rights, that has been said throughout this conference, and to hold power to account. But all of our freedoms also depend on the access to information and the knowledge that we receive. And this is very crucial, to promote a free and independent press. But the interlinkage that we see between the media and the internet is very simple for us. So the basic rights, including freedom of expression and media, that should apply offline must be applied online as well. So, but the interlinkage may be clear. However, the freedom of the internet is constantly being challenged. So we're seeing on a daily basis, websites are being blocked. We're seeing filtering of information online. We're seeing shutdowns. Uganda had an election in 2021, and the internet was shut down. So before the internet was shut down, Facebook was blocked because the president said Facebook is arrogant. And why is Facebook arrogant? Because they took down some bots, that were promoting disinformation, and these were linked to government. So when they did that, the president said, no, we won't allow Facebook to operate in Uganda. Until date, it's over 1 year now, we don't have Facebook in Uganda. So if you come to Uganda, you'll need a VPN to access your Facebook. But immediately after that, the whole internet was shut down. So we're seeing, prior restraint to freedom of expression. Speech is being stopped before it even happens. And because these governments have discovered what they call the internet. Previously, it was very easy to find a journalist who has written an article in the newspaper, track him to his home. But now, because of the advent of the internet, it's very difficult, to track. So instead of regulating the internet, we are seeing more control of the internet. So regulatory overreach, restrictive laws, broad definitions. We're seeing things like offensive speech is now being used against journalists and critical voices. If you've been following Uganda, one of the writers actually just ran away yesterday. He called the president a dictator, and he called his son a fat general, and that earned him, torture. He was tortured very badly. He came out of court a few weeks ago, and yesterday he managed to escape the country. I think he's living for one of the European countries, and we are seeing many examples of people, self-censoring because of the chilling effect that comes with the restrictions from the government. And Uganda is just one of the examples. During elections, Tanzania was another example. They pulled the plug during elections. The DRC, we're seeing protests in Zimbabwe, internet shutdowns. We're seeing Senegal, internet shutdowns. Sudan recently, and interestingly, Sudan is part of the 50 members of the Media Freedom Coalition. But we're seeing constant restrictions to internet use in Sudan. And that poses a question, what are the members of the coalition going to do to states that are infringing on, human rights online in their countries? We're also seeing, so besides all these countries, it's not just in Africa. It might be predominant in Africa and Asia, but other countries as well, we may not have, the plug pulled out, but we are seeing throttling. So what are we going to do collectively to ensure that, the internet is promoted? And my call really to the coalition is that much as they have this they have developed this mechanism, to promote freedom of expression and media freedom through the coalition, they also have other mechanisms like the Universal Periodic Review. And I must commend recommending states, especially during the third cycle. We are seeing very, freedom of expression and media freedom taking central stage. But would like to call upon recommending states, to make more recommendations on promoting freedom of expression online. So we are seeing a lot of recommendations, for example, safety of journalists, just plain safety of journalists, but we would urge you to add the word on and offline so that freedom of expression online takes a center stage in these UN mechanisms. I know that's a diplomatic, mechanism, but out of the UPR, we would like to see the coalition, it has more flexibility to move on with ensuring that the recommendations that they make during the Universal Periodic Review process are implemented, and they can use the Media Freedom Coalition to push for that in consortium with other partners. I think I'll stop there and come back later. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the viewpoints from Uganda, and this is, I guess, exactly why international cooperation is also very much needed what concerns freedom of expression and freedom of information. So all these examples from Uganda and also, of course, unfortunately still from many, many other countries are, this reason. So, but now we switch from Uganda to Estonia. And our next speaker is CEO of Estonian media group, Ekspress Group, and Mari-Liis Rüütsalu represents the company which on everyday basis deals with both, with classical media issues, with digital media, with new technologies, with freedom of expression, sometimes also with fake news, and so on and so on. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me in this high-level conference. And I would like to a little bit correct you, because we are not only representing the Estonia, but also the Lithuania and Latvia. So our media group is also operating in these countries. So what I talk today also is about Latvia and Lithuania, as we have the biggest news portals also in 3 countries of Baltics. And I entered the media 10 years ago, which meant that in the middle of the biggest crisis of media, in that sense that all the paper products and the legacy media was declining, the revenue base was declining, and then so I entered the internet media and all the digitalization started. So we started to digitalize our legacy media, and today we have 75% of our revenue is digital. So, and I think that Estonia shouldn't be ashamed of anything, because I see that Estonia in like digital subscriptions is in top 3 in the world. There is like still US, which is still ahead of us, and also Sweden. I think that in Estonia, at least 20% of people which have digital subscriptions, ongoing subscriptions, and in that sense, like everything seems okay. But also there are some like shadows in paradise as well. People in the countryside, like already heard, don't have the proper connection. So we need to provide a proper connection for all the people, and also those people who are more in need of that. Our connections are more expensive than in other countries. And also, this is the obstacle of using the internet and also the digital media. And also sometimes there might be a problem with the knowledge how to use subscription services. So this is also, we should educate our people how to use internet and media. From our point of view, there is a rising problem of unequal treatment of the market players, and in like 2 points. The state is still competing in the areas where there is no market barrier. What I mean by that is that we have strong media houses with a good competition level in our countries, but somehow we still contribute the big amount of taxpayers' money into building up a new and strong news portals by national broadcasters. The private media enterprises are trying to sell digital subscriptions, and meanwhile, there is on the market the free service. So this is blocking the penetration of digital subscriptions, and also it keeps the investing in media not like very high level. Like already said by previous speakers, there are like, we need to invest in journalism, in journalists, in our content, and also in the technology to fight, for example, with the cyber attacks, which we get like on a daily basis. That is a problem and also a threat for the democracy. Last but not least, unequal treatment also of the local media companies and worldwide platforms. Our local media companies are paying every tax needed and contributing to the society by providing the high-level journalism, also investing in technology and content. For the decades already, there have been numerous attempts, but no results. So our tax systems need to be modernized to meet booming of the digital economy. So this is like we have been surrounding with these kind of problems from the different sides, and we still have been able to digitalize our media. So in that sense, we are somewhat in a good place, but from the other side, we should look in the future and to see how we can develop the media, the freedom of speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative of really international company, not only Estonia, but also Latvia, Lithuania Media House, Express Group. So that, well, we see word is very diverse. In Uganda, Facebook has been switched off completely. It would, solve your problems if the same happens in Estonia, I guess. But of course, it's not the goal, because the reasons are completely different and also obstacles. So that in this sense, the balance point also in media between private and public media, and also, of course, related finances to this is always issue in free market situation. But well, thank you, and we proceed with Lea Kaspar, Head of Global Partners Digital. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Urmas, and I'd like to start by thanking the government of Estonia for hosting this panel and for continuing to act as champions for rights and freedoms in this space. Now, I'm here sitting on behalf of the Freedom Online Coalition. And the coalition is a group of 34 governments that is seeking to promote and protect internet freedom. So this is a great panel to be on and to talk about the interlinkages between the MFC and the FOC. The FOC, for those of you who are not familiar with it, has been founded in 2011 and has just actually celebrated its 10-year anniversary under the Finnish chairship last year. I have to say my first visit to Tallinn was in 2014, back when Estonia held the chairship of the coalition. And at the time, for those of you who might remember, the Estonian government led the effort to develop something called the Tallinn Agenda, which reaffirmed, among other things, that human rights apply online as they do offline. We heard this from a number of speakers, including from earlier by the UN High Commissioner on Human Rights. And I'll come back to that later. Interestingly, it was actually the then members of the Freedom Online Coalition back in 2012 that led the effort in the Human Rights Council diplomatically to draft and pass the resolution which affirmed this for the first time. If you know, it wasn't an easy path to that, and before that we did not have that recognition, and had it not been for that type of diplomatic coordination which the coalition members led on, we would not have that agreement today, possibly. And now, looking back, and I just want to give a little kind of a tour of internet freedom over the last decade since the coalition was founded. Now, at the time, we were still in this internet utopian, digital utopian world, where we thought, and as many mentioned before me, where the internet and digital tech are going to be our tools for empowerment, are going to democratize civic space, are going to help us connect, communicate, and learn. This, not saying that this is no longer the case, but we were in for a rude awakening after that. And over the since then, we have learned, apart from the ways in which digital technologies can help us promote and protect our rights, also how they can undermine them. And we've heard from Urmas and from others as well that internet freedom has been in a steady decline, actually, over the last 11 years. If you look at the reports by Freedom House, you might ask what this looks like. And very practically, the decline in internet freedom and what those, in practice, how it manifests, includes two types, I want to say, two types of issues, which might be interesting to distinguish. One of them is one of them have to do with the use and development of technology itself, which have to do with restrictions to access. So internet shutdowns would be an example of that. Spread of disinformation online, another example that we've heard a lot about today. The use of digital tech, including artificial intelligence systems in ways that violate human rights. However, and there was an interesting intervention earlier by, I think, the Special Rapporteur on Free Expression, which said sometimes the issue is that that the medicine is worse than the disease. And this brings me to the second type of issue that we've come across, which illustrates the decline of internet freedom, and that is the efforts to regulate the space, efforts to address the problems with the use of technology in form of laws, regulations, policies, can, if they are not rooted in human rights, can equally be measures that undermine them. So we have to be cognizant of kind of both types of issues. Now, the FOC has worked on a myriad of issues that we mentioned here, and has, as a coalition of governments primarily, and the space for multilateral discussions, has done two key things. One has been hone in its role as norm entrepreneurs. As a former student of international relations, I remember the Finnemore-Sikking norm life cycle. And it's interesting the point where we find ourselves today when it comes to norms in the digital space and with the topics that we're discussing here, which go from norm emergence to norm cascade and then norm internalization. Where we are with norms regarding the internet space, we are still in the formation stage, in norm entrepreneurship, norm emergence stage, which means that this just makes it all the more important that we agree on what those norms are. And this is the role that coalitions like the FOC, like the Media Freedom Coalition, can help address, and that vacuum that needs to be filled. If we don't come up with a progressive, positive agenda on our side, there are others who will come up with their norms and shape the digital space, cyberspace, and our experience in the digital age in ways that we won't like. Now, the coalition has done this through developing joint statements, and there's a lot of language that the coalition members have developed, which can be used diplomatically and elsewhere as leverage to point to, which answers questions around how do you actually develop laws and policies, for instance, that are rights respecting. So you will say, there's a law and policy now dealing with disinformation. Okay, fine, there can be restrictions on free speech. No one is saying, so free speech is not an absolute right. The question is, where do you draw the line and how do you define those restrictions? And you have to do it, the FOC says, and if you're working from a human rights angle, that needs to be done in a way that is underpinned by international human rights law and standards. So the FOC kind of has aimed to provide guidance in that regard. Now, I'll end this part of my intervention by saying that in 2021, the FOC, as it celebrated its 10-year anniversary, has reaffirmed its commitments to these principles and has developed some concrete actions as well in something that we call the Program of Action. Now, the Program of Action, one of the areas that it identifies for this year under the Canadian chairship as priority is collaboration with other like-minded governments and initiatives, including the MFC, so the Media Freedom Coalition. In my opinion, we are, as Canada is chairing both coalitions, we find ourselves in a great position to discuss the ways to collaborate and ways to work together, find synergies, and identify pathways for implementation of those commitments that I think both coalitions and governments that are in both agree on. I'll end there for now, but I'm happy to come back later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I guess, yeah, it should be natural that organizations who have all the same goals and same values should also cooperate what concerns media freedom and internet freedom. So it goes hand in hand. And on personal level, I'm really happy that this Tallinn manual or Tallinn agenda and FOC is now 10 years old, because I remember from my own personal history when we established all of this here in Estonia and Tallinn like 10 years ago.
Exactly.
So, well, thank you. And now we switch back to the online. And we have journalist from South Sudan, Omnia Abbas Shafkat. And here is one unfortunate example that, as I understand, there are certain complications, but no, well, we still see you. So that, please, floor is yours for your intervention, because they told me that there will be no well, image that there will be only voice, but I'm glad to see that also image is there and your happy face. So that please, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this fantastic opportunity to join you and give Sudan and South Sudan a little bit of a voice in this discussion. I want to kind of weave my experience. So I am from Sudan, but I work and live between Sudan and South Sudan currently, and I want to weave the experience in a bit of a timeline and just show you the different complicated layers of how internet freedom and media development has been over the last couple of years, almost a decade. So just some facts. So internet in Sudan, the penetration rate was about 0.54% in 2003, and it's now currently around 30%. The last statistics would show that. And then in South Sudan, 8% of the population has access to internet. And over the period between January 2020 to January 2021, that increase has been at about 1.5. So where are these people? They're on digital spaces such as Twitter, they're blogging, they're using YouTube, they're using WhatsApp, but they're also using Clubhouse, new tools, and new platforms and new technologies. They're very active, they're very keen, and they're very young. Now, what are they talking about? So a lot of these issues have to do with nation building, I could say, especially in Sudan. That's definitely the tone and the dominating conversation. In South Sudan, it's similar, but there's also a lot of conversations around social discussions and social topics, social phenomena, political situation, of course, that also does have a dominating factor in both Sudan and South Sudan. They're kind of in different stages. I mean, they're both under dictatorship. Sudan is currently going through a wave of protests after a very brief 2-year period of civilian and military, joint civilian and military rule. And other than what they're talking about and where they are, most importantly, what are some of the threats they're facing? So I would say that this population is very young, this population is very vibrant, but it's also learning. So I would just compare 2012, where there was a protest movement in Sudan, and a lot of people were falling in the trap of fake news and rumors, misinformation, lots of fake content that was photoshopped, whether it was videos or photos, and the rumors that would circulate with that. There's a huge, steep increase in the awareness and in the knowledge about how to use some of the tools to fact check. And some initiatives, for example, in South Sudan have been particularly set up so they can counter these rumors, counter these fake news that kind of spread and they mislead people at very critical times, especially during the war that erupted in 2013 and then again in 2016. So people have learned and they adapted these tools. And a lot of these people, again, youth, young people, they've been trained by media development organizations. They've been exposed through using these digital tools to learn the techniques, the tools, and using what's available to them, because Sudan and South Sudan are both under heavy sanctions. They're under a lot of restrictions to use a lot of platforms and to use kind of the functional parts of these platforms and these tools. And I would say that there's another layer that we should talk about, which is the threats that these activists or journalists or citizen journalists are facing online as they progress and learn how to use these tools. For example, I was mentioning in 2012, the protest movement was facing a lot of challenges in terms of fact checking, but now you would see that someone would start a video alive or would record a video because they can't go live at that moment because a lot of internet shutdowns. And they would mention today is X day and this is X area. So you can really sense the awareness, and we need more of that. We need more of the tools utilization. We need more of the capacity to also understand how these tools can be used in the current situation or the current circumstances. But still, a lot of people are very visible and they're easy targets. And this is where policies start kicking in. So on one hand, we have a lot of shutdowns in Sudan. There was at least 13 shutdowns that were reported, some of them extending up to 5 weeks. That was in June 2019 after a horrid massacre that took place at a point where there was a peaceful protest for months, 2 months basically. So that was dismantled and a lot of violence happened, and that was when the shutdown happened. A lot of other shutdowns have to do with, again, as my colleague from Uganda mentioned, school examinations, which is just a way for them to desensitize people and to use this shutdown a lot more. And then the third one would be, of course, when they remove the subsidies, when there's some sort of political friction that's happening between pro-democracy actors or protesters and the current dictatorship. So back to the policy, which is my final point. The policy currently is weak, but it's also targeting. For example, I run a platform since 2015, and in 2017, the NTC, the council, I think the council, yeah, the National Communication Council, they blocked our website. It's a cultural website, but there was like a blanket sort of decision to block all media organizations, all independent ones, and just keep the ones that are sponsored by the government. So policy is weak, but we're seeing a lot of different moves that are threatening. For example, the RSF movement, which is an organized militia, is now bidding to buy one of the biggest telecom companies here. So we're at a very desperate point where we're about to slide into that horizon where they have too much information. They could do more targeting, which they already do. And I'll wrap it up here since my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting insight. And as I guess we all heard from our all panelists, that, well, word is very diverse. So that here in Finland, in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, we have, well, some problems related to media and internet freedom. And at the same time, there are big parts in the world where there is actually, well, no media freedom at all. Of course, the goal, as we all like to see, should be that there will be more media and internet freedom, which, of course, also go hand in hand. But I guess that the reality is that if there is strong authoritarian political regime, then, well, there are big problems related to media and internet freedom, as we know from, well, concrete examples. And, well, this kind of conflict between democratic world and authoritarian world is permanent, what concerns different freedoms, including media and internet freedom. There are also, at the auspices of the UN, there have been never-ending negotiations about the legal framework, for example, of online and offline, well, informational space, rules for cyber, for example, and so on, but, well, nothing happens because the value systems in the world are so different between the so-called democratic and authoritarian political regimes. So that my actually first question to you will be, how you see what actually are at all the chances to enlarge the scope, to enlarge the area of media and internet freedom in today's world, when at the same time we see at these sad statistics that actually the real development is vice versa, that this space of freedom actually is more and more limited with every year, not vice versa as we would expect with all the development of new technologies, because the pressure from authoritarian regimes here and there is so strong. So that, well, what is your good advice or recipe how actually to, well, turn this development into, well, much more promising and positive future what concerns the access to media and access to internet everywhere? Who wants to start, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And maybe if you allow, I reflect on something that has been said before. So there was actually it was super interesting to hear to you all, and there were so many good points raised. One thing what I was thinking when you mentioned legacy media and how the kind of traditional media is actually losing its kind of foothold compared to the online world, and also it's reflecting what you mentioned as well. And I started to think of this quality media. We kind of like have used to it, at least in my generation. When you open the any, for example, print news outlet, newspaper outlet, you kind of, if you're talking about quality media, you're kind of like accustomed to journalistic principles and also the self-regulation of journalism, so that it was kind of curated content of wide range of issues. So it wasn't based only on your personal online behavior, which is the case now with the algorithms. So we are talking about this change in the news feed we are encountering every day, and that is a good question. That how those big platforms that are actually the main source of news nowadays for many people, especially the younger generation, how that kind of AI-based news feed is taking into consideration the diversity of the information, because we are all aware of this kind of, for example, of Facebook or any other big company, that kind of algorithm-curated media bubbles that we are living with, compared to the probably more diverse media exposure, which is guided by the traditional journalistic principles and some journalistic line of media policies. And I think thinking of the media platforms and online platforms, it's very interesting how they both now kind of serve the purpose of being an online platform for citizens' discussions, and also it's a source of media content. And those two worlds are actually quite different, because when we're talking about social media behavior, we're talking about also freedom of speech, in terms of that you have to have a right to engage in societal discussion online, but then there's also a line between what is actually normal societal discussion and when it kind of crosses the line, for example, of hate speech or disinformation, spreading disinformation. And that actually takes us to the question of regulation, which was mentioned by my fellow panelists representing the Freedom Online Coalition. I think you made a really good point in stating that when we are talking about regulation, it's very important that we have the way to regulate harmful internet behavior, because it's actually undermining democracy and human rights. But at the same time, we have to be mindful that the interpretations of the kind of regulation don't lead us to the other end, where the regulation is used to kind of hindering people to express their opinions or take part to the societal discussions. And you actually mentioned also that the kind of solution to that, political solution to that all the regulation and everything we look at has to be human rights based. And the human rights approach is actually the only approach that actually is sustainable in regards of regulating. And of course, how we do it is a really difficult question that the chair posed for us, because it doesn't, it's not only...
I don't think that generals in Myanmar care very much about what you're talking about, this human rights-based regulation. So.
Right. Yeah, but it's like, it's not only up to governments, we need dialogue between the civil society organizations, or academia, and the big companies, the private sector, in kind of coming across the right solutions to that.
Indeed. But in Uganda, what do you think, what international community has to do to help to change the situation, for example, what you described?
I think I'll just step a bit back with the narrative from the big tech companies. If we recall Zuckerberg in 2019, when he said, governments and regulators need to update the rules for the internet to protect, society from broader harm, and he said, harmful content, election integrity, privacy, data portability. And then we saw a proliferation of laws, a plethora of laws that are inimical to digital rights that are coming up in so many of these countries, including countries in the global north as well. But for me, I think the most important thing is to create a multifaceted internet governance ecosystem where, all these different actors come together to strengthen freedom of expression online and also promote public participation. So, sorry, Mr. Chair, I'll have to rein in on your parade and say I don't see diversity of voice in this global conference. So we are discussing issues that affect, countries that have very restrictive laws and standards, but there's no major representation from those countries, especially from the global south. But we need those voices in this room. So if we talk about collaboration with government, private sector, civil society, the government is not only made of the executive. So I know the first synergy would be the Media Freedom Coalition, of course, tapping into the expertise of the Freedom of Online Coalition, and this might be one and the same because they're states. But government is made of the legislative arm as well. and the judicial arm. So if we are equipping, speaking amongst the executive, we need to ensure that the judiciary is also speaking amongst itself. And I think UNESCO has done a great job in starting up that discussion of capacity building of judicial officers across the world. I think recently we worked with UNESCO and started training judges in Africa, the regional courts, the African court, the ECOWAS court, the East African courts, and national courts. We started with 30 judges and we'll trickle down, to train other judges. So if the judiciary does not understand freedom of expression online and offline, but we are skilling the media, they know the rights, we will bring cases, for example, of internet shutdowns to the judiciary, and we lose these cases, not because we should lose them, but because we have forgotten to skill the judiciary, and we need to keep, an eye on that. And same to the legislative arm, we need to also ensure that their capacity building initiatives geared towards the parliaments, when they're drafting those laws, what are the normative standards they should include in those bills. And that's partly what the high-level panel is doing, to assist some of these governments in reviewing the bills and ensuring that there are normative standards on freedom of expression, both offline and online in that. I'm also looking at, constructive partnerships with intermediaries. I mean, some of these intermediaries really are the ones that pull the plug. So what is their role and obligation in protecting freedom of expression online as well? We need to have that conversation with them. And the conversation has to be intersectional. The government has to speak to them. Civil society has to come and speak to them. We don't need to work in silos, really. I think there may be different initiatives going on, but we need to find a way of coming together. And the conversation must have even the repressive governments in here. And maybe that will be a start in mind change. And I think the next global forum should really have a global outlook and bring in those voices, bring in ICT ministers from the different countries, especially targeting the restrictive countries. And perhaps we'll start to see change. And the good news is that today, Tanzania, the ICT ministry has implemented the president's initiative, order, and lifted the ban on 4 media houses. So 4 newspapers, both on and offline, that were shut down for over 5 years, today are back in operation. And I think those are the kinds of voices we need to bring into this discussion.
Thank you also for sharing with us good news. But Mrs. Kasper, how do you going to convince President of Turkmenistan, generals of Myanmar, and, well, other not really democratic leaders in the world that, well, freedom of expression, freedom of media, freedom of internet, they are good things?
No pressure there, Chair. Thanks so much for that question. But I do want to thank you for asking that question and actually thinking, making us have a think about this, the issue of digital authoritarianism more broadly. I do want to say something, and this is an issue that the FOC has picked up on over the last couple of years. This is now on its agenda very much. Last year, during the Freedom Online conference, which the Finnish government organized, there was an excellent panel on digital authoritarianism, which is still online if people want to have a look at it. And I do want to say something that's not necessarily the position of the FOC, but I think that we need to be a little bit careful, and that it's not always very helpful to be binary about who's doing well and who's not doing well when it comes to countries around the world. You mentioned a couple by name now, but what I want to say is that there are, I think we need to be honest and about the efficiency in our own societies, in democratic practices as well. And it might be more helpful not to think about it in terms of whether you're authoritarian or not, but to what extent you're applying authoritarian practices. and to what extent. And there was something really interesting that I read in an interview with an Albanian academic this weekend who was comparing different governance systems, and she was saying it's not necessarily helpful to compare different systems, but rather the unit of measure should be the ideal to which we aspire to. And I think we can hold ourselves account to our own ideals. So when I speak from an FOC perspective, FOC governments have agreed to a set of commitments which we can hold them account to. So now going back to your question, I think I don't necessarily have a solution. There is no silver bullet. Sorry to disappoint, but I do think we can, well, in my mind at least, there are two battlefields, if you will. On the one hand, it's at the national level, and the second one is international. I think nationally, for each of the countries members of the coalitions that commit to these principles of human rights, to media freedom, we can think about how we can do better ourselves, how we can promote and develop laws, policies, practices that are in line with human rights. This also, when it comes to media freedom, I mean, informed citizenry is critical in having a vibrant and democratic societies. We need to work on that. Catherine here mentioned the importance of the judicial system as well as legislators. The ecosystem is diverse, but I want to say national. Let's look at what we're doing nationally first. Secondly, and only once I think we're doing a good job and showing effort at the national level, we can then go international, go beyond that and say, okay, this is how we've done it. And it works better than this. So we need to be able to show the good practices that we ourselves have tried out, to be able, there is no space for hubris, there is no space for arrogance. We're still all figuring this out. What I think we can be doing is the FOC as a coalition of states as well as the MFC is to use multilateral spaces where these norms are being developed, where we are figuring out good practices internationally and showcase and be champions of good practices that we ourselves are also implementing in our societies. So I'd leave it at that for now, and yeah, happy to elaborate.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Well,
I tried.
Of course, I admit also that it was a little bit provocative, of course, my question. But well, let's move now from this global conflict, what concerns freedom of information and then media and internet, to more personal level.
Okay.
And well, are you sure that today people are more informed, adequately informed what's going on than it was like 20 years ago? So that if you look at all these digital developments, all these social media platforms, the massive flow of different kind of information, and well, 20, 30 years ago, when it was only this classical, well, media and conversation between the neighbors. Today, are people, you think, better informed, in fact? And also, whose responsibility it actually should be that people are adequately informed? Is it the responsibility of the government? Is it responsibility of social media platforms? Is it responsibility of newspapers or media houses, or is it responsibility of concrete person? Maybe from, well, practical side.
Yeah, it's also quite a good question in that sense that there is no one good solution for how to answer to that question. But I think that Johanna mentioned also like this education of people from the early age. This is the main key. And I think that what the states should do is to provide this good like education at first, how to like understand what is the difference between like social media and classical media. People nowadays seem to like mix it up in their heads. And what is the role of the media is to give the overview of what is happening in the society. And what the platforms do is giving the overview what your friends think. I mean, this is not the same thing. So, and people should understand that. And also, I have been talking to them. I have been visiting the schools and talking to young people in there, and they, as I call them, they are like internet born. So they understand the essence of fake news and everything. So, and I think that the generation, which is like 40 or 50 plus, they are in much like...
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so I think that they are most of the people to distribute the fake news. And I have seen some researches also from US, and I see that these people, they don't know how to act in internet. Young children, they do. I mean, but of course, we need to educate the people how to understand what is fake news and what is not.
Experience from Sudan, how it is? Are people in Sudan better informed these days, or was it better 20 years ago? What you say, is this, well, more and more freedom of internet and freedom of expression and information, how it works in your country?
Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I do think there are a few signs. I mentioned one of the signs was the protest movement and how the challenges of documentation and fact-checking were really rampant in 2012 until 2018. But then when people came back in 2018, 2019, until today, you can really tell the practices have been improved. Another thing is I wanted to just mention something from my colleague's point. We do have the whole issue of the older generation being the ones that spread fake news, the ones that don't really synthesize news as they see them on these social media platforms, mostly relying on WhatsApp and how it's extremely easy to share news on WhatsApp. So I think it's the duty of the younger generation, which is the bigger proportion of the population, to educate their families, to make sure that they're aware of certain, messages and how they come through, and in the way that they're distributed and in the way that they're developed or even crafted. It's a lot easier than it is on platforms such as Twitter and Facebook, where the younger generation actually lives and is able to create those little kind of nooks and crannies where people do the fact-checking. You have such people, citizen journalists or initiatives, who are taking the lead on that, and they've become like the trusted sources of timelines. And I know that's still an echo chamber, but I do think that the improvement has been very tangible for us. From the side of South Sudan, I think that digital conversations have then created offline improvements. And one thing I wanted to also mention for Sudan and South Sudan is that we've been isolated for years and years and years under dictatorship and terrorist sanctions and financial sanctions. So one sector that's really been badly affected is education. And access to educational material online, career development opportunities, has been really instrumental for a lot of young people to access opportunities in Sudan and outside of Sudan, and in South Sudan and outside, and to compete with people who don't have the access. But then the question of digital literacy comes to mind, because of course not everyone is accessing this. The distribution of digital options or digital tools and techniques and learnings is not available to the entire population. And I'll leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Ribeiro from OSCE. Next question is to you, because well, you deal every day also with the conflicts and with the problems in your organization, member states, and one increasing issue under the umbrella of freedom of internet and freedom of media is the issue of fake news. And well, on larger scale, there are for me two types of fake news. One type of fake news comes simply from stupidity, especially you can find it in social media. But other type of fake news in this sense is more serious. It is produced by maybe governments even, sites of conflicts, and they of course have concrete goals to change the public opinion here or there, for example, to influence the outcome of elections, to manipulate with the public opinion. you, in your work in the OSCE, what to do to decrease the impact of fake news, which unfortunately is also already a natural part of every and each conflict, also in the OSCE area?
Thank you very much, and thank you also for this question. The region, the OSCE region, is a very, very diverse one, with countries with different situations regarding media freedom, regarding democracy values, and that's the reason why we need to look at it in a very, not as a solution that fits all, but on the contrary, trying to find the right solutions for the different situations. I think this is important. Regarding your specific question on disinformation and misinformation, when disinformation is intended to reach some specific goals, of course, it's totally different of disinformation or misinformation, that it's just the result of an exercise, as you said. I don't want to repeat the word, but as you said, of the misuse of social media. So these are very different issues. But in any case, what I think is important to underline at this, again, let me just stress it again. I said it during my introductory remarks, but I want to stress it. The response, the answer, the solution is not to block it, definitely. It's to make society more resilient. And for that, you need joint efforts. And you need a long-term investment. You need academia, you need civil society, you need also the platforms. This is also very important. And again, and talking about the platforms, don't let us forget that one of the most important leverages we have regarding the platforms is social disapproval. This is something that is not good for the business. So if we have people that is resilient, if we have a society that is resilient, they will be much more empowered to reject some of the consequences of the misuse of social media, of the deployment of some AI results, etc. So I think this is very important. We need to invest in media literacy. We need to invest in a society that is more resilient and more prepared to face the challenge of disinformation. Here in my institution, we had promoted this last year, and it will continue this year, a series of webinars precisely on disinformation. And the aim is to provide guidance to the participating states on how to deal with this phenomena. Definitely, we need to fight it, but let's be very careful and not use the wrong weapons to fight it. Let's be very careful on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, time flies, and I already have not been more or less hour and a half in my Facebook and didn't check news from Delphi, so that I get a bit nervous. In this sense, there will be now a final question to every and each of you, as you all are very influential people in your sphere. So that the question is, and please answer within 1 minute, each of you, and the question is that then what is your next step to act to increase the media freedom and internet freedom around you, but also in global scale? So please, let's start with Johanna.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I would say that we continue our adamant work on advancing media freedom and online coalitions work as well. And we hope to find interlinkages between the work of media freedom and freedom online coalition, so that we know how to make our diplomatic efforts to keep this agenda in our diplomatic discussions with any countries we are dealing with. And also, when you asked in your previous question that are we better informed, I think we have more information than ever, accessible information. It's not shared evenly, but I think I always go back to the media literacy, which also was now mentioned by my fellow panelists. I think that is the key, really. Because we have the information, but we have to have means to assess the information as well. So we need people to be equipped with this kind of personal capacity to assess information. So it means education, better education system, but also it means being in the constant dialogue and with other countries, working with these coalitions we have in place, and also having this open dialogue with the private sector. So I think it is many fronts we can operate in, and we keep on doing that in Finland, and we're very happy to have like-minded partners in this work.
So the open dialogue with private sector continues. Mari-Liis Rüütsalu, please, your minute.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, I think that the first thing that we should keep doing is to invest in good content and good journalists. This is the main our task, what we can do. And personally, from my side, I would like to continue my dialogue with the government of the Free States to understand that private media is not the enemy. I mean, the more there are media companies and the more the field, media field is attractive to invest that in the better shape we are with our democracy. So, and people are not stupid in that sense that they make their choices. So if you are a good media company, you will get your revenues and you will get your readers, watchers, listeners. So if you provide a good content. So we need to invest in our journalists, and if people trust us, then it's all good. But we need the equal treatment of all market players.
Thank you. So, good journalist from Sudan, Omnia Abbas Shafkat, your minute. What to do?
Thank you. I would say I want to be more involved in the research of the impact of internet shutdown specifically, especially because we're on this trajectory towards the road to democracy. So it's quite a dark period right now. I don't think we can even touch on policy at this point, even though we are being affected, but the fight is very grassroots, it's very local. The same thing in South Sudan, we need to research the impact of internet penetration and how it's connecting different people, as well as connecting them to better information access about security, about health, about different services that are provided in areas of humanitarian intervention, for example. I would also say there's a need for advocacy around tools of resilience, as my colleague has also said. Tools of resilience are really important, especially around dark times, which are quite predictable in our present and in our near future in both Sudan and South Sudan. South Sudan is heading towards elections. Sudan is in this turmoil. And I would also say protection through tools and peer networks. This has been extremely effective in the case of Sudan, where people kind of huddle together where there is internet connectivity, and they make sure that the flow of information does not disconnect, as well as linking with networks outside diaspora. Same thing in South Sudan. Diaspora has been instrumental in getting the flow of information out and making sure that it's professionalized so that it's picked up by international media, even if it's just the lull or the sound is really in the grassroots and in the local bloggers networks, for example. Which takes me to my next point, which is working not just with journalists, and this is the role of media development organizations, working with journalists, but also with citizen journalists who have gained the trust and who have built up their tools and expertise to still have a voice, but also have a credible voice. They're ripe for development, they're ripe for engagement, they're ripe for becoming beacons in the digital sphere, especially in the next kind of bumpy road ahead. And then the last point would be protection through tools, but also through peer networks. And this is important. This is an advocacy tool. It's a connection with different organizations online, offline, in Sudan, South Sudan, outside, to make sure that when journalists are targeted, they are being spoken about. When internet freedom is stifled, that it is spoken about. When there's a huge controversy around an international company selling a telecom company to a militia, that this is front and center in everyone's discussions, and it becomes a serious matter of intervention. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. And Catherine Anit, your minute. What is your next step?
Yes, so for me, the most important thing is to join efforts in advancing freedom of expression online. So on the part of the high-level panel, we'll continue to provide legal advice to the Media Freedom Coalition and its partners, and we will also, on civil society's accord, I work with civil society, work with different organizations to promote freedom of expression online. For example, Small Media Foundation is another organization I'm affiliated to, and we have created what we call digital rights clusters across over different countries in Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, the MENA region, and Central Asia. So we are working with grassroots organizations that promote freedom of expression, both online and offline, to advocate for progression in digital rights. And we are starting to see positive outcome. For example, in Sierra Leone, we have a nod from the ICT minister. Now they're working with Parliament to put in place data privacy or data protection law. Same thing in the Gambia. We're working with different organizations in Tanzania and Uganda. So we want to work with the grassroots, let their voices be heard in this conversation, and we will see perhaps in the near future, an improved operational environment for the enjoyment of freedom of expression, both online and offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Ribeiro, your minute of excellent ideas and actions.
Thank you very much. I will continue to do what I think is my main mission, which is to identify serious cases of non-compliance and, of course, to assist the participating states in order to comply with the OSCE commitments regarding media freedom. At the same time, and for that, I think it's also important to use all the mechanisms, all like Media Freedom Coalition, all the platforms, and all the organizations in order to move forward to really ensure that media freedom has a more brighter future than it has right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lea Kaspar, your minute of optimism.
Thanks so much. I want to focus on my choice is going to be with strengthening the links between the two coalitions. I think that's kind of the point of this panel as well. And maybe two thoughts on how we could do that. One is we can learn from each other. There's some good products and language on one side, structures, toolboxes that I know the MFC, I know the advisory board of the Media Freedom Coalition has developed, that the Freedom Online Coalition can look to some excellent practices from the FOC that the MFC can learn from. Then separately, once we've done that, we can work together, and we should do that in parallel through diplomatic coordination. There's 25 member states that sit on both coalitions. That we should raise awareness of that. There's a lot of good stuff that on topics that of mutual interest that we have existing language on, we have agreement on norms. Let's see how we can then promote that internationally. Would like to invite everyone who's interested in the work of the FOC to come and talk to me, to engage in different working groups that are set up. Everyone's mentioned internet shutdowns as an issue. There's now a task force on internet shutdowns that the FOC has set up this year under the leadership of the US government, GNI and Access Now. So that's something I would point you to. And then, just looking forward to continued engagement. And since this is probably my last time to intervene, can I just say congratulations to the Estonian organizers of this conference. Kind of having been in virtual Muppet shows for nearly 2 years now, I just want to say how much I've enjoyed this event. And for a very successful hybrid conference, it's been excellent to see our remote panelists intervene as well in such a seamless way. Thanks to you, the moderator. So just want to kind of add my thanks to the organizers on that as well.
Thank you very much. It was really positive minute. So that dear panelists, thank you very much for your excellent expertise. For me, it was, really interesting. I hope also that for millions of viewers of this panel as well. I really, of course, hope that step by step we reach our goals, that there is more and more adequate and positive linkage between media freedom and internet freedom, and there will be more freedom in the world as such. Plus, of course, added value for me personally was that it was absolutely gender-balanced panel, which I enjoyed very much. Thank you very much once again. See you soon again. Now enjoy social media, classical media, and digital media. And Neeme, over to you.
Thank you very much for this panel. Thank you, Urmas, and all panelists. And that concludes our third Global Conference for Media Freedom here in Tallinn, Estonia. Before you go all into night here in Estonia, the organizers asked me to point out that you have those reflectors. So when you go to the dark streets, the cars and drivers will see you. So this is a useful tool here in Estonia. And to conclude our event today, again, the voices of youth, talking about media freedom, and also all the materials and the panels and everything will be displayed on the homepage of this conference. So hopefully you enjoyed the conference as much as we did here in Tallinn, and see you soon. Goodbye.
The military coup in Myanmar on 1st February last year spelled the official end of media freedom in the country. However, the independent Myanmar media are continuing to supply with vital public interest content by using digital technology and by making liberal use of the internet and social media. As a result, a crucial battle line in the current Myanmar crisis is being fought between the military regime and independent media narratives. This confrontation has placed a premium on the actions of the internet and social media service providers, as well as the media literacy of consumers. Recently, Myanmar has witnessed an increasingly hostile social media environment for our media products. While the military regime has increased the cost of SIM cards and internet packages, as well as cracking down on the feasibility of the use of VPN in the country, Facebook has placed restrictions on some of our news posts. For example, Facebook will not allow us to post the photo of a dead body or a weapon, which are nowadays common in the country since after the military coup. The military regime continues to use the sophisticated means and ways to suppress the freedom of expression, and in doing so believed to be receiving the assistance from countries like China and Russia. These actions highlight the need for companies to engage with Myanmar civil society to better understand the impact of their policies, as well as the political and cultural context in which they operate in Myanmar. This dialogue, and this includes talks with Myanmar's independent media, should drive the approach to content moderation, responding to government requests, and combating disinformation. But along with the need to engage companies to ensure there is an appropriate balance between protecting freedom of expression and enforcing the boundaries of freedom of expression, it is vital that media consumers can process the information at their disposal and recognize instances of misinformation. It is especially true in the digital social media era. And to help provide the necessary skills, civil society and media need to educate consumers on how to identify mis- and disinformation. This is at present a crucial issue in the context of Myanmar, as different sides attempt to push their own agenda, often via social media, and at times with little regard to the accuracy of words and pictures. As far as Myanmar is concerned, we are actively promoting media and digital literacy Among our readers and viewers, we even have special segments promoted to exactly deal with this subject. By taking these few steps, engaging the private sector and the Myanmar consumer base, civil society and independent media can play a role in promoting and protecting the free flow of information while stemming the tide of disinformation. Thank you very much.